Should I start? Because I will. How te wā? 5:42. I was supposed to start. Kia ora mai tātou, ngā uri o ngā iwi o Aotearoa, kua hui mai nei ki tō tātou nei, kaupapa o te pō, a koe nei te whenua o ngaitara ki te mua upoko o te ika māwi tiki ataranga, e whakamiha tiki a koutou. Tēnei au te Kura-Huia, kia ora, I am te Kura-Huia and I will be inviting Matua Riki to come over and do a mihi and a karakia. No mai hara mai.
Tēnā rā tātou, ai mihi ana ki a koutou. Nau mai hara mai ki te poho o mua upoko. Nau mai hara mai ki te whare e tū nei, te Takeretanga o Kura-Hau-Pō. Hioi e te mea tuatahi me whakatika a Mātāwaka ki mua. Hioi ki aino e tātou. Manua mai ai te pūtanga o tēnei ariki, manua mai ai te pūtanga o tēnei tauira. Ka eke ki arangi runga nei, ka eke ki arangi tā huahua. Tēnei te mauri kei ahau nā tū te whiwhi nuku ku te whiwhi rangi, kei te whiwhi waho, kei te rawi waho, puritia mai waho, tāwhia mai waho. Tēnei te mauri ka whakapiki, tēnei te mauri ka whakakake. Tēnei te mauri nā tēnei ariki, tēnei te mauri nā tēnei tauira. Tēnei te mauri ka puta atu ki te whaiau, ki te malama, whano, hara mai te toki. Haumi e, hui e, tai ki e. Haura mai tātou.
Tēnā koe. Tēnei te ara kei runga, ko te ro tēnei tupua, ko te ro tēnei matua iwi, ko te ro rangi nui tūhonei, ko te ro papatu ana koe takuto nei. Ka reo rā ngā tapa o tānei tēnei te pō, nau mai te awa. Ana reira, ka tūnei ngā mihi, ki tō tātou nei kai whakarite mo te pō, e whakatau mai nei te mauri a ngā mātua tūpuna ki runga ki tēnā ki tēnō tātou. Hoi te kupu, hoi tonu rā ngā mihi. o te rā ka tukuna ngā whakaaro, o te rā kia rātou ko huri hei whitū ki te rangi, mautonu, tātai tāngata ki te whenua, angaronoa. Ana reira tangihira ngā kākau haitara, ngā manu kai wā, ko ruku ki te kōkō wai o hini nui te pō. O te rā, hoi rā o koutou nei waka ki ngā matapihi o te rangi ki te wāhinga rotu wātea. Ki reira rā koutou oki ai, ki te huinga o te kahurangi, ki te kāhui o ngā rangatira, kā te rā e oki haere atura. O te rā tātou e tau nei, tēnā koutou. Ko tāku e mihi atu rā kia koutou ko te haukainga, anō reira koutou o ngai te ao, te pāwānanga o tūtere moana, koutou mā mūpoko iwi, mūpoko tangata, koutou hoki mā ngā uri o ngā toko waru, ngā te raukawa, tēnei, te o ngā kaitiaki, tēnei kaupapa, e mihi ana, ko tau mai tēnei o ngā manu, real talk, ki roto, ki raro nei, i tēnei o ngā whare. O te rei ko te whare tēnei, te Takeretanga o Kura-Hau-Pō, tēnei waka Kura-Hau-Pō, ka whiu nei te kupenga, kia hau mai nei ngā rangatahi, no reira nau mai, hara mai, piki mai, whakatau mai rā. Kei ngā kuia, kei ngā karaua, kei oku hoa, mai rā no, he kiti ngā kānoi hoki ngā mahara, ka koa ko te ngākau. Ana reira, koutou mā ngā maramara, o rātou mā, koutou mā ngā māma me ngā pāpa, haria nei o koutou nei tamariki ki tēnei o ngā kaupapa, e hiwa ai te pō nei, kā te rā tēnā koutou. Ka mihi rā ki te kaupapa nana tātou whakakao mai. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Welcome everybody. Got some beautiful wāhine here. Te kāhui o Real Talk. Just going to do a paku wāta tautoko kia rite ai tāte mō tēnei pō. Purea nei e te ho, horahia e te ua. Anō reira hei whakakapenga taku nei kōrero poto nei. E kore te aroha o rātou mā ai wai kuratea. Anō reira ape te hono o tātou hono, tūnga mate ki a rātou. Ape te hono o tātou hono, tātou te hungoora kia kaha te are taringa mai ki ngā pū kōrero te pō nei. Kia kite, kia rongo nei ki ngā pikinga, ngā hekinga o te tangata. I tēnei au e huri nei. Me te mohi o tonu kia angi tū, koe i te ao e huri nei, ka anga whakamua, nā reira, koutou mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora mai tātou, can I get a kia ora? That was terrible. Come on, you can do it better than that. Come on, Horowhenua. Kia ora! Kia ora! In Aotearoa, New Zealand, we have a two-word phrase, kia and ora, and when you put those two words together, you get kia ora. Kia ora means to be well, to live on, thank you, but today we're going to use it as a hello. So let's try that. First me, then all of you. Kia ora! Kia ora! All right, well, let me tell you what we're in for tonight, eh? A place where real people are able to share their real stories to inspire and empower others. This is our kaupapa tonight e Huama. So I hope you and your rangatahi, your taina, your tuakana, your mama and your papa are ready with your ears sharp, your eyes sharp, ready to go. We're going to go through some health and safety before we get in. So pretty much look for the green signs that say exit. Instead of going over there out the U space, you're all going to go that way and collect in the car park. Okay, te iwi, so what did I say? Che whānau, got some sharp ears, eh? All right, so we actually have some cool-ass entertainment. We've got our tuakana, our taina, our whanaunga, our nieces and nephews coming up front to perform some kapa haka for us. So I'd like to invite whoever the kaiwhakahaere is to come and give a bit of kōrero of who we're going to be watching. And that is Ngā Mātāwaka ki Horowhenua. But before I do that, I'd like to ask all our rangatahi at the back to fill in these chairs up front. There's one, too many. So come on, don't be shy. It's just me. It's just your cousin from down the road. Kei te pai, I won't bite. I am a tani whawhau, but I don't bite. No mai, piki mai. So many seats up front. And don't forget, we have many, many prizes for you, rangatahi. Did you hear that? Rangatahi. So unless you identify with being under 25 years old, you are eligible for these taonga. So come on, fill up the chairs. Cutting out a bit. More chairs up front. Don't be shy. Te iwi, we're all whānau here, unless you're not from here. Oh, you are from here. Well, come on. No mahara mai piki mai. Come in the front. 4 over here, 2 in the back, 2 there. Don't be shy. You don't want any prizes. I mean, I can have them. I don't mind. Haka. All right. So we've got the health and safety. You've had an intro. Now I'd like to call out for our kaiwhakahaere of Ngā Mātāwaka ki Horowhenua. No mahara mai. Oh, there's none. Kua haupea. Kao. All right, while we're waiting, we actually have a prize up here. Now, this prize is the Treat Box Collective. Anybody want any treats? Any rangatahi want any treats? Dan, you's a dry, Huama. You don't want any treats? Oh, you want a treat? Yeah, you want it? Who wants some treats? Oh, there they are. Beautiful, beautiful. Well, while we watch them line up, we're going to give our first prize out. Now, this prize is for Do the Mahi, Get the Treats. If you have a dream or a career that you want to pursue, would you like to come up and share it with us? And that's all you have to do is share, Huama, and you get this lovely treat box. Do the Mahi, Get the Treats. Who's not shy? Come on, yes. Oh, do the mahi, get the treats. Now, what do you want to do with your future?
Succeed more in te reo Māori.
Oh. Yeah, that's the best answer. Yes. Kapa, thank you for sharing. Oh, that inspires me, Huama. Well, anyways, I'd like to give it up for Ngā Mātāwaka o Kura-Hau-Pō. Give her a round of applause. Chair, one more big round of applause to our ropu kapa haka ngā Mātāwaka ki Horowhenua. Whoop whoop, let's go, reheko. Kia ora mai tātou, can I get a kia ora? Ooh, now you could do better than that, come on. We still got some seats up front for our rangatahi. Kia ora! Yeah, that's a little bit better. We'll try again later, eh? Try and get you off when you're not noticing. All right, so we got some prizes, some more prizes. Oh, Kapa, yes, thank you. Mean. Hara mai ki mua. If you're at the back, your rangatahi at the back, come in front. There's still heaps of seats over here, over here. Even over there at the back and over there. Fill them in, e te iwi, fill them in. Or if you don't have a seat, come sit down. But anyways, as I was saying, we have another prize to give away. Who likes prizes? Do y'all like prizes? Yeah, oh, we got a yep over here. I might as well have these myself. Nah, jokes. All right, our next prize is the Crafty Gemini macrame and voucher. Oh, okay. Well, if you're a bit of a creative person and you like making things, maybe this is for you. So, if you are a rangatahi and you want to win this prize, come up forth. All I'm going to ask you is a question, just one question. So, who wants this prize? Oh, you already got a prize, girl. I'll come get you next time. Yes, we got one here. Yes, come. Oh my gosh, does this count? Because I kind of asked you this question last week. Right. The question is, because it is the Crafty Gemini, what is a Gemini known for?
From what I know, they're typically known for being quite two-faced. But I'm a Gemini, and I don't think so.
And that's why she wins it. Let's go. Give it up. Yay. Oh, cool. It's actually quite perfect for you because it's something creative. And I know you're really creative. But thank you for coming up. Well, that was that prize. And we've got more prizes e te iwi. So please don't be shy. And yes, these prizes are only for rangatahi. But, I mean, if you look like a rangatahi, maybe I'll pick you. I don't know. So make sure you look like my name. All right, so that's pretty much the prize. Now, I want to reintroduce myself to you all. I am Te Kura-Haupō, but most of you know me as Faith Oriwia Henare-Stewart. I am from here, from Horowhenua. I've been born and raised here by my kaumātua here in Taitoko, Horowhenua. So I'm pretty much your kazi from down the road. And since we're starting with that, I'm actually your first speaker. Yay, exciting. Very exciting. I'm not scared at all. The whole town's going to know about me. Woo! Yeah, got the click out. Is it this one? That one? Oh, sweet. All right. Well, let's get stuff started, eh? Before I start, we'd like to proudly present our kaiawhina, who are Te Puni Kokiri, Marapuku Tribal Authority, Te Runga o Raukawa and Horowhenua District Council. Thank you all for being here and helping us with this kaupapa, Real Talk Horowhenua. Right, that's that one. Oh, look at that. Who's that? Damn. Kia ora, ko Faith Oriwia Henare-Stewart tōku ingoa. Tēnei au he uri o ngaitara ki te mua upoko o te ika a Māui tiki ataranga. Tēnei au he uri o ngaiterangi, o ngā tikuia, o ngā tiapa ki te rātō, o ngā puhi. There's so many. I think that's all of it. Did I say ngā te raukaua ki te tonga? Yeah, those are my iwi. I got about 9 that I know of, but the other 2 that I haven't mentioned is still unconfirmed. But, yeah, I'm Faith. I go by Te Kura-Haupō, which is my rap name. So Te Kura-Haupō means the sacred scarlet huia ariki. Sounds gangster, eh? Yeah, you reckon? Oh, man, cool. I made it up myself. But no, that's been me. E rere kaua nā taku huia ariki e. Ka rere ki tōku taumata whakatike ki te tuarata pū o te rangi haiata. Aranga pai manga I tōna hatia e whatonga. Ko iara, ko tararua he. Ta poko poko te ua arangi ki ngā wai tuku kiri. Ko wai kawa kei raro ko otaki kei runga. Ka rere atura ki te tihi tū tere mō ana ki te kongutu awa poe atu taku poe. He. Kia ora mai tata. Koina tētahi o aku waiata, one of my originals that I wrote for Kingi Tuheitia Tipuna Portraiter Award last year in May. Lucky enough, I was one of the finalists, and then I ended up getting an honourable mention award, but I'll talk about that later. Here we are now. Oh, that's not me. Oh, you know what? You know what that means? I probably have to keep going forward, eh? This is Lucy. She was our kai waiata. Beautiful, fast, beautiful. Lovely wāhine. Moreover, ko tribal authorities again. Check. Ngā mihi. Oh, yes. Matua Damon. Nāna I mihi atu ki a tātou. I karaki anō hoki. Ngā mihi atu ki a koe. And then that was that prize. And then this is our beautiful Real Talk whānau that you saw do the waiata after Matua Damon's KŌRERO. Look at that. Whole group of bad mana wāhine. She a bad mana wāhine. Hey, look at them, beautiful, gorgeous. Nā rātou tēnei kaupapa e whakatū. Oh yes, look at that. Pōneke, tauranga, porirua, wanganui, ngā motu. Che, they've been everywhere up in the motu, eh? And more, Haka. And probably more after. This is the 10th one, actually. And this is here, where we are. Oh yeah, you'll see this a lot during our talk tonight at the iwi. This is just for those who feel triggered. If you feel triggered, we have kaimahi around wearing the Real Talk t-shirts, just to let you know that if you're feeling a bit not yourself, or you're feeling a bit mama and you want to go talk to someone, go to them, they'll offer you. They're over there, over here. Oh, that's our photographer, but over there. And the Real Talk t-shirts, chair. And then that was the Crafty Gemini. All right, are we up to speed? Ngā Mātāwaka ki Horowhenua. And, oh, there we go. Wow, look at that. Beautiful, eh? Share. Deja vu. All right. I already did my pepeha. This is Kapiti Island. Ngā waiwai Kapiti a Tararoa ko Rangatahi. This is our home. Ngaitara's original home. Oh, I wouldn't say original, but we were there first. Here I know it. I thought I'd put this photo up there because it's our haukainga and we should look back to our haukainga and our pā. Right, here we are. We're up to date. Kia ora mai tātou. I'm Faith Hori Henare-Stewart, but you already know that. This is me as a pepe. Now, I want to let you guys know I'm a whāngai. I was raised by my kaumātua, my grandmother and my grandfather. I got bullied for it a lot, but I'm still here, still living and breathing, and I'm looking after my papa, who was there from the get-go, since day one. Now, there are a lot of ups and downs to being a whāngai. As I said before, I was bullied for it. Really? Like what? I was also looked up to, which made me feel like I had to be better than other people. You know, you had expectations on you. That was probably something that I really didn't like. But I guess the positive from being a whāngai is it was my grandmother, her dying wish was to put me in kura kaupapa, to learn the language, to learn about the culture, because she never got to. So my grandfather, when she passed away, he carried that on and made sure that I would continue learning the language and the culture. And if it wasn't for that, I don't think I would be here strong, because it was identity that really, really helped me connect and be the person that I am today. So that would be one big positive. And as you can see here, we've got me and my grandmother, my mama, Pirihira. And up top, my grandfather, me as a baby, like I look cute, look like a little Asian baby. And that's what I got called too, apparently. And then I got my godmother. And then on that side is my mother and my eldest siblings. Not all of them, these are just my full siblings. But these are the most important people of my life. And yeah, I just thought I'd show you guys because you probably already know them. But now you know who have been there for me since day one. This is me and Papa. My korauwa, Atutahi Henare. He raised me my whole life. Since the passing of my grandmother, he continued to do his best in order for me to be who I needed to be. My papa was a preacher. He would preach the word of faith in church. And now look at me, I'm preaching the power of real talk. Hallelujah. And the church said, I look up to my papa. Although we have our differences, I really do look up to him. He is a strong man, opinionated man. But he taught me to be the best dressed Māori anywhere you go. I mean, look. Right? He said, you look good. I'm like, good. And he said, if they don't hear you, they're looking at you. I'm like, cool, because look. Look at me. It took me 2 hours to get ready. Don't want to waste this for nothing. Nah. No, Papa, he's taught me so much. And then we had our own issues because part of the reason of being a whāngai was because you had those expectations. You were raised by your kaumātua. So that really weighed down on me. But it didn't get there until I got myself in my first relationship. Ooh, Haka. So this is how... no, not that one. This is how relationships impacted my life. I've had 3, but I would say 4 up so. My first one really, really impacted my relationships with my whānau and my friends and my school my whole life. I wasn't her anymore. That's BB. And that's Papa. And I wasn't her anymore. So I was pretty much in a dark space where I didn't know who I was anymore. I couldn't recognize what I was doing. Like, wait, what? I'm doing something that really goes against who I am. Because my grandmother, I would say, well, people have said that I remind people of my grandmother, my kuia pirihira. So to be the complete opposite of a beautiful, cheeky, innocent diva is not where I should have been, but I was there. But that first heartbreak taught me that I wasn't enough for that person. Ooh, man. Yeah, about almost 3 years of going through that, I felt like I wasn't enough every time I tried. So, yeah, that's what that taught me. And my second relationship taught me that this person was not going to let me have a voice. It didn't matter what I said, so I gapped it. Didn't last that one, gapped it. But I gapped it because I had this awesome opportunity and I felt like, oh, my ancestors are calling out to me. Because this opportunity was for me to become a Māori performing artist, a part of the Kahurangi Māori dance company that took me over to America. And you know what? I gapped it and I went. I gapped it because I chose me. I respected me. I had no voice with that dude. So as soon as I decided that I had a voice, I left. And I went to go chase my dreams and perform for so many different people across the world. In America, I've gone up and down the country performing kapa haka. I've taught kapa haka. I've taught workshops. I've worked on cruise ships. It was the best time of my life. I did so much, and I love performing so much. It's the whakawhanaungatanga that you get at kapa haka. It's that thrill, and being able to implement that on stage, performing with your bros side by side. It's like going to war with your best mate. You're on that stage and you're going hard, and you look at each other and you do the pukana, right? And you feel that mana, that wairua, because we're going hard together for the same kaupapa. So that's the feeling that I love when it comes to performing. Unless I'm performing by myself, then I just got myself. Anyways, that was the second relationship. My third taught me taught me respect, like overall. I could recognize that I was being disrespected because this person was all talk, no walk. Oh, yes. And it happened so many times. And I just had enough. I had to look at myself in the mirror and go, nah, he's not the one. He's not the one. Kick him out. And so it was my uncle's tangihanga in Whakatū in Nelson, where I was in the car, right, with my mum in the front seat, my godmother driving, and then my cousin Manahi in the back. And out of nowhere, I'm just like, I'm breaking up with blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, what? Why? 'Cause he's all talk, no walk. And I'm not about that, kaupapa. I'm not about that. That's not me. So I chose to respect myself in that one. And now my fourth one wasn't official, but I still fell in love with this dude, right? This dude showed me what love is. And I fell for it. I fell for it so bad because it felt so real. And in the year that we knew each other, we spent so much money. We spent so much money, so much memories, and it just went all down the drain. Yeah, that was mamai. That was really mamai because it was real for me. And that's the sad part about that one. But what I wanted to say for relationships is don't rush into a relationship, because that's what I did. And after the first one, I rushed into the next one, into the next one. To my third one, I said, nah, this is it. This is me. I've had enough. I choose respect and I choose me. And then came the fourth one that really, really tested me. This is me, Te Kura Huia. So in the centre, we have Te Huia Ariki, which is the albino huia, a really rare manu, even though the huia is extinct, so it's pretty rare anyways. This is the Huia Ariki. On the side, we have the taniwha. And over here, well, that was just a little example of what Te Kura Huia looks like with her angel and her demon. Yeah, it kind of looks like it, eh? But these two photos here were taken in Canada, and that one by our oho at that river. Not Gladstone. It's an oho. No, the clay banks, that one. That one, yeah, it was there. The Huia Ariki and Taniwha, Angel and Devil, Beauty and the Beast, BB and Te Kura Huia, Mana Wāhine and Baddie. And that's where Bad Mana Wāhine came from. I mean, you guys know Nicki Minaj, right? Yeah? Wait, what? Yeah. You know? Oh, you guys know Nicki Minaj. Yeah, she's my auntie. But just like Nicki Minaj and her personas, she said she couldn't say certain things when she raps. But her gay persona, Roman, can. Do you guys know who Roman is? Or Martha? So, Nicki Minaj, she had different kind of personalities that she would portray in her music and her shows, her performances, her music videos. So I guess this is the same for me, except it's gotten to a point where it's in reality. I guess for me, they are my backbone protectors. The taniwha has BB's back. She's the one that ensures the space is respectful, because BB gets her kindness taken for granted a lot. But I've never stopped being nice because of the people that have come in my life to disrupt it. I still have hope. Kindness is free to even those who oppose you. There is no mana in diminishing others' mana. And when others do that to me, I either ignore or say, oh, mean, karawe, che, ngā mihi. And then I smile and walk away. Because why should I let that affect me? Why should I care about somebody else's opinion? I've stopped caring for a very long time. What you perceive about me is all you. Keep it to you, because I don't care. So by respecting myself, I keep myself safe. But that doesn't mean get in an argument, kau, or fight people, e kau. It means not wasting your precious time and energy into something that doesn't need to happen, and something that is way too small and low for you. And if you know that, congratulations, you are the mature one. I have no energy to waste on people who can't back up their talk, unless it's with walk or facts. Because I'm the bad mana wahine, the tribal princess from the south. My ancestors have been guiding me. I can't give up my hard work and effort on my life because these colonized men don't know who they are. Because identity is a part of healing yourself. And that's why I decided to cut off the line of giving my 100% to people who don't deserve it. So I gave it to myself. I'm still giving it to myself. 100% to myself. Because I deserve that. And if nobody's not going to give it to me, kei te pai. But let me quote Mother RuPaul's quote. If you can't love yourself, you can't love anybody else. Can I get an amen? That's what they say, but I thought I'd add that in there. So who am I? I am Te Kura-Haupō, the bad mana wahine, and I am a multidisciplinary artist. I am doing my best to be the greatest ancestor for my future descendants because they are what matter in my life. So before I finish up, I'm going to be doing a track for you guys. So if you're all got your phones, rangatahi mā, pull it out, put it on TikTok, tag me. No, straight up, do it. Please, everyone, get your phones out. Actually, can someone record? Hey, no. Maybe I should get a. Wait, I'll leave it there. Yeah, get a quick drink before I. Oh, because this is gonna be a hard track. I'll tell you that. ASMR. All right. Let's go. Record. Lady! Still can't believe I used to be with you, poppin' plan B, so I don't get stuck with you. Not the only female that almost got stuck with you. Glad it ain't me, the bad mana wahine forever. Why you acting like you ain't got no sense? Yo, I walk your red flag with a bounty on your head, shooting yourself dead, cause you can't wake up. You said you don't deserve to be happy, that I can't understand, cause I've been hurt more than 1, 2, 3 to the 4. Played by a lot, I'm sure I got the high skull. Yeah, here you were hurting other people while for wasting my energy to go be a little man whore. I'm 100. I kept it real from the start. Should have guessed this American was playing with my heart. I must have part. Force filled my den and keep it locked from a colonized man, cause I put myself on top. Hinema whakarongo mai. Kauarawa e whakaai, ki te whakahawe o tēnei tamaiti. Kauarawa e whakai ki tōna whakaiti. STD, S to the I, caught from his feeling with his lies. Got a few knocked up, that ain't no surprise. Any hole is a goal for a duck in disguise. I feel real sorry for your baby mama. She got a racist son to be better than his father. But how are you to provide for him when you ain't got no job? Said you're going back to the States to the next female. Ugh, I'm so glad I missed the carriage. I wouldn't want a baby to a lot before I measure, even at all. With the sharing is caring. BS, I do suggest that you start using your head, not the one between your legs. They see my profit, so I know I'm the shh. The BMW doesn't know how to quit. I'm it. Ha! And I'm proud to admit that I screwed your life up, but not as much as you did. Hinema whakarongo mai. Kauarawa e whakaai. Ki te whakahawe o tēnei tamaiti. Kauarawa e whakai ki tōna whakaiti. I kept it real from the start. Should have guessed this American was playing with my heart. I must depart. Force-filled my den and keep it locked from a colonized man, cause I put myself on top. Yes, se FMI malatoka. Sigan kopane come domi sopa. Hip conel hip hopper. Hip conel hip hopper. Yes, se FMI malatoka. Sigan kopane come domi sopa. Hip conel hip hopper. Hip conel hip hopper. Sana na 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 na. Sana na 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 na. Sana na 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 na. Sana na 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 na. Me, Kaya, Isabel, Mel, and Cecilia. How many girls you got doing ya? Getting girls knocked up, notorious. Not on TikTok, you did the crime, do the time. Boy, bye. Kia ora mai tātou. Oh, that was my diss track. So, aroha mai about the sound. This is wireless. Oh. I gotta stop writing raps that are too wordy when I'm trying to dance, you know. All right. Oh, sorry, can I please get my waia pukoro? Thank you. Oh, my heru fell out. Aroha mai te iwi. Right, so we're actually at prizes. Oh, so, rangatahi out there, you ready for some prizes? This next one, and I better move this, eh? Oh, have a quick look. Sorry, I can't explain to you. I went to Canada, won some awards. This is why I do what I do. Rarangahia toki te mātauranga I te au I te pō. Che. I felt like I just went up. Kohitere. Nah, just kidding. All right, our next prize. SB. Oh, okay. All right. So, who wants to look as golden as I do? I mean, from the head up. Because under here it's like ma as. You know, winter season. So, who is keen? We've got some... You're always keen, girl. Get it. Who's as keen as her? Oh, yes, come up. Right. Oh, yeah. So this is a summer bronze tan. That's pretty much the question. You said yes. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. She wants to look as golden as me. Yeah, hard, go. Look at me. Oh, kapai. Thank you. Thank you to all our rangatahi who are brave enough to do that. I know it's hard. But look at me, I just did a track. Come on. No excuses. Come on, Horowhenua. No, jokes. Now, up to you. We're all whānau here. Most of us are whānau, so you shouldn't be shy. You shouldn't be shy. I live down the road from you. Corner from you. All right. Well, I want to introduce our next rangatahi speaker, hailing all the way from Te Whanganui Atara. Although he's from here, pretty much everywhere. Ask him and he'll whakapapa to your ancestors and then connect his whakapapa to your whakapapa, and then he might go back up to Io and back to you. And then back to the next person who comes into the next conversation. But anyways, can we give a big round of applause for our next speaker, Manahi te Hiakai Gardiner.
Is it working? Oh, kapai. Tēnā koutou I te whānau, te manako ia ora pai ana koutou I roto anō I tēnei o ngā whakaminenga. Ara ki koutou nā me ki, ngā mana whenua o konei. Koutou mai whakawhitawhita ana I te ahi kā o tēnei wāhi, ngā manu nui a kupe, ara ngā uri o tērā o tātou tupuna, nāna ia te kōrero, he ihu tangata, he ihu whenua, ko te mua upoko. Engari kia pēnei te kōrero, kai mihi a hau ia hau anō, me tērā atu taha o kunei, me ki ngā uri a pare kārewa, te tini o te tete a ngā toko waru a Ngāti Huia, ha, tēnā rawa koutou. Ngā uri a te manea a pare raukawa me kikopiri anō hoki, me rātu o ngā hapu. Hoi ti anō rā e te whare e tū nei, te takeretanga o Kura-Hau-Pō, tēnā koe, tēnā koe, tēnā koe. Ki ngā mate katoa huri rauna i te ao, pia whakaaro nui ai tātou ki ngā toa tauā i roto anō Ukraine e whawhai ana mo te rangatiratanga o tō rātou whenua. O tira kia whai whakaaro tātou ki tērā o ngā rangatira o te whare ariki o Windsor i roto o Ingarangi, aeri hāpiti te tuarua katahi anō ko mate atu ki te pō, me ngā tini mate katoa huri rauna i a Aotearoa, haere whakangaro atu rā ki o koutou kaihanga. Hoki wairua mai ki tātou mā e tū nei, ko tātou ngā mahu e tanga o rātou mā tihei mauriora. Tēnā koutou. Ara, koutou katoa kua tatu mai nei ki tēnei kaupapa o Real Talk, tēnā koutou. Ara, kia koutou rā ngā kai whakarite o Real Talk, Tania Carr, me tō rōpu katoa, tēnā koe. Engari, ko wai ahau, who am I? Oh. Geez, Faith's got a lot of slides everywhere. Is it forward? Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, there's me. Yeah, that was a random me. Nō reira e te whānau, ko waio. So as you can see in this left-hand column here, the top image is Ngāti Wehi Wehi Marae. And that is my marae on my mother's side. Ngāti Wehi Wehi, Ngāti Te Rangi Tāwhia is my hapu. And down below here is my marae in Otaki. And yes, I am from Otaki too, and I live there. The best town in the whole of the world, on the Horowhenua region. And that is my marae there, Te Pau o Tainui, Ngāti Kapu Manawa Whiti. And then here you got my paternal lines. And over here in the middle column over there, you got my beautiful marae, Pāhawa marae from State Highway 35. So all of you TikTokers that does 35, please stop doing it, because I should be doing it. Because I'm from State Highway 35, Pāhawa, te whānau āpanui, te whānau akahu rautau, and te whānau arangi i runga, and I am a proud Hohepa as well. And then right down below here is my marae te pūtiki wharanui a tamatea pōkai whenua, Ngāti Tūmango, Ngāti Tūpoho, and I am from the mighty Wanganui River, and I am a metikingi. And then over on the far right column, you got my Te Atiawa marae. So the top one there, Te Tatau o Te Pō, over in Pitoone, Koro, Ngāti Te Whiti, Ngāti Tāwhiri Kura, ko tamarau i te rangi tēnei, ko te Atiawa e mihi atu ana ki koutou mā. A puta tonu atu rā ki roto o Motueka, hui te rangi ora te teko, tūranga peke te whare tūpuna. Anei rā noa te Atiawa ki Motueka, Ngāti Rāhiri, puke tapu, e noho tahi ana ki roto anō ki ngā hapu o Ngāti Tūranga peke me Ngāti Pare te ata. So that is my whakapapa, my main ones anyway, and I've got a whole lot more, but this is not a wānanga about Manahi's whakapapa. Well, and that leads on to my next thing. Manahi, why is whakapapa so important to you? I can't keep up with it. It's so boring. Really, really boring. Well, for me personally, it actually shows me who I am as a person, and it gives me a bit of a sense of self. Ne? And it also gives me a reason to connect with other people, and also to connect myself to other people. And if you are human, you are related to one another, because every human is related to each other. And if you think that you're not related to another human, then you must be an alien. You must be related to one of Ben 10's aliens that he has on his watch. Hoi anō, whether you believe in Hineahuone and Tania being the origin of humankind, or whether you are Karaitiana that believes in Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden, Kapai. And even if you believe in the science world, and you believe that all human beings originated out of orangutans, and you may call yourself, Homo habilis, Homo erectus is your tupuna, Homo sapien sapien is your tupuna, straight out of Africa, ka pai. But at the end of the day, we all have an origin as a humankind. And tūranga wai, and it also gives me an understanding about my own origin and my whānau origin. I'm still learning about that, but in saying that, you know, oh, we're taukiri e. Never mind this mic. It also gives, you know, with tūranga wai, it also helps me a lot with knowing my origin point. And it also helps me a lot to understand as well who I am as a person and who my whānau is. And it also gives me an idea as well about having a standing ground here on earth. Ne? And if you have a place to stand here on earth, you belong to earth. Ne? You belong to this planet. Nōko nei koe. But however, my life hasn't been a bowl of roses. Is the microphone working? Very good. The microphone is working. Kapai. Kapai. Oh well. So as I said, life hasn't been a bowl of roses for me. Like, it really hasn't. You'll see why. I've come across a few challenges in my life. So far, as the following. Oh, there's the one. Socialization. That's actually a big challenge of mine, or have been a big challenge of mine, socialization. But why? It's supposed to be a natural thing, human interaction, really? But it has been proven quite difficult for me. And here are my reasons why socialization has been difficult. There are unwritten rules about socialization that I didn't really get. Such as when to talk in a conversation, when not to talk in a conversation, or when to stop talking in a conversation. These things are determined by facial cues, body cues, and the situations that are going on around you. However, in my case, facial cues, body cues, and reading the play are things that I've had difficulties with in socialization. Other challenges includes discerning what's appropriate to say in a conversation and what's something inappropriate to say in a conversation, and how to behave in certain situations is also proven to be another major difficulty. Aue taukiri e, the amount of faux pas that I've made in my life because of these issues. And if you don't know what faux pas are, it's just an old French saying for innocent mistakes. Mistakes that you didn't know that they were mistakes. So the next challenge is physical activities and coordination. One of the biggest narratives that you hear is that, coordination and physical activities should be easy for Māoris, right? Should be the most easiest thing. But honestly, it was really quite difficult. It was really, really difficult. And definitely not this Māori. This Māori is very unko as. And it's true. And there are a few reasons why. So, number one, kapai. The low ability of the eyes to be able to track moving objects. This can affect your ability to do things like driving, crossing the road, throwing and catching a bull. And number two, the low capability of the body to be able to move in a certain way. In my case, I do know the movement in my mind, but the physical execution can be quite difficult. And this can affect your ability to do things like playing sports, kapa haka, and dancing. And also attaining skills like fine motor skills, which is the ability to manipulate your fingers into doing, doing things such as like eating, knitting, and all of those things. And using your cutleries has proven to be quite difficult as well for me. So those are some of the some of the challenges that I did have in physical activities and coordination. Moving on to the next thing. Organisation. This microphone is still annoying me. It's a hoha. Kei te pai. Okay, organisation. For many of us, we lead very, very busy and bustling lifestyles. And there are many things that goes on at the same time. And in my case, I'm one of those people. Prioritization of what's important can be at the best of times. Can be really so difficult at the best of times. Because, it can be overstimulating for my own mind. So this can lead to having a disorganized schedule, an unrealistic, unbalanced schedule, and a difficulty to have a balanced schedule. And this can also lead me to forget a few things whilst packing a bag, such as getting things ready to go from A to B. Deciphering instructions within academic questions is another challenge as well of me in disorganization, because I can't really organize my thoughts at the best of times. I really can't. It's really difficult for me. But however, this particular challenge has affected my ability to do things in the academic world. And so, what does that look like for me? Well, that looks like, what knowledge do I transfer to this part of the question, to that part of the question? I get a bit bamboozled. And so in the past, these challenges has led me to sadness and frustration. Yeah, and many may say, these are small things, right? Well, they are small things, but they are crucial skills to have in order to function as a human being on this planet. I remember consciously identifying that I don't have these skills like everybody else. It really gave me a lot of heightened anxiety. It really did. I felt raw emotions of sadness. And I also felt a lot of frustrations. Why am I not like everybody else in this world? Why am I not like my other peers around me? Do I have low intelligence? What is my purpose in this world? I'm just a waste of time in this world. I might as well leave Mother Earth. So those are my whakaaro that ran through my mind during that time. However, when I was about 15, I was diagnosed as being a dyspraxic person, highly functioning autistic person as well. And I was also diagnosed as well with other things too, but they always confuse the labels. You always get put into the too hard basket most of the time. And most of the time, you just don't get any help. You're just like, oh, you're autistic. And you can articulate, we were going to give you pills. Well, no, the good news is, I am a functional human being. So, how did I progress through my challenges, you may ask? Oh, I got 5 minutes. So anyway, whānau support was one thing. So my mum actually helped me a lot with a lot of aspects to do with physical coordination. And particularly, he's a bit of a kōrero. She taught me how to run. And she also taught me as well a lot of aspects in socialization. If someone's wairua isn't right, or if someone isn't too good to you or ignoring you, just leave them alone. And also another thing my mum did help me with, is also to organise your things right, to prioritise. So it's always whānau first. Whānau first, work second, and the latter is being friends. And that leads me to learning and improving in my challenges. The types of attitude that I have learnt over time is to be consistent in everything. If you want to learn and improve, be consistent and have a hunger to learn as well. But also embrace your strengths, because everyone's got a gift in this world. Everyone has some taonga to contribute. And please, 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 keep it in your heart. Embrace it with all of your heart, all of those beautiful taonga that you have. Because you have something to contribute in this world. We all do. And also, have aroha for others. As much as I am a dyspraxic person, there are other people out there that are living a life of terror. They don't have any food in their stomach. They don't have any clothes on their back. And I do. And I'm fortunate to have that. I really am. And there's some people that are living in apartheid and in war-torn countries as well. And also being grateful as well for what you have. And gratefulness, I know many of us don't have much, but we have a body, we have a mind, we have eyes, we have nose, we have a mouth, we have functioning organs, we have arms and legs that can execute a lot of movements for us to be able to do things in this world. So those are some of the things that we need to be grateful for. And all of these things are definitely things that should be treasured, and also values, and also your own wairua and skills. And all of those things actually are a big contributor to this planet, because those are all gifts. And of course, you know, you are worthy. Anyways, my achievements in life, well, I did pass level 1, 2, 3 at my secondary school years at Te Kura-Hau-Pō Māori o Te Rito. And I also, kia ora. And I also did spend a couple of years at a boarding school where I suppose my whānau went there for generations, and that is Wanganui Collegiate School, being from the Metikingi whānau. And also, I managed to get through some of the parts of my Bachelor of Science at Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington. And for your information, that is actually where Ngaitara comes from, Wellington. Hei tautoko i ngā kōrero a whaiwhi. And I progressed through 100 and 200 levels there. And then in 2018, I actually worked as a community liaison officer for the Electoral Commission. And that experience was quite interesting. I was thrown into the deep end for that. I was actually thrown in the deep end. I had to have brochure stands in 2018 in Wellington and in the hut, doing stuff for the general role and the Māori role. And it was that general role, Māori role switch. And for about 4 years, I've been part of the furniture at Te Upoko Tika Māori Radio. And I have my own show called Tū Mai Te Wehi Wehi as well, which many of you have recognised me from my Facebook posts, I suppose, for Tū Mai Te Wehi Wehi. So this is me, I suppose. And I'm also a Māori teacher as well for Kauru Limited, delivering a program to teach the mainstream educators te reo Māori, and it's called Te Ahu o Te Reo, but I do teach in Wellington, in the original home of Ngaitara, that actually became the home of that other side of me, Te Atiawa. This is my favourite whakatauki, and this is my whānau whakatauki too, from my great-grandmother's older brother, Whakaari te rangi tākuku Dudley Metikingi, ko te pai tawhiti whaia kia tata, ko te pai tata whakamaua kia tina. And what does that mean? Well, to me, in my interpretations of it, this whakatauki, the pai tawhiti, is the long-term goal. If you have a long-term goal in mind, please pursue it. However, at the same time, you've got to have milestones. You've got to have realistic milestones. And to meet those realistic milestones, you've got to make realistic goals. And so that leads me to my point, ko te pai tata. And if you can meet your realistic short-term milestones, then whakamaua kia tina. That's basically my kōrero, and I do want to acknowledge again everyone that is congregated here under the roof of Te Takeretanga Kura-Hau-Pō, here in the beautiful lands of Muaupoko, and with the surrounding groupings of Ngāti Huia, Ngāti Takihiku. Ara kouau tēnei ko Manahi te Hiakai, e mihi kauake ana kia koutou nei anō ngā KAIKŌRERO I te tuahine e whai, whemihi ana ki a koe me o kōrero nui whakaharahara, e ki ake nei ko te BMW. Heoi anō, mo tēnei wā, kua oti ngā pahu a Manahi te Hiakai, mo tōna ake oranga, no reira rā e te whānau, huri rauna I tō tātou piringa whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Che. And that was our second Rangatahi speaker. Awesome. Right, now we're up for another prize. Ooh, yes. What's this one? What do you think this one may be, huh? Well, if you're keen for this prize at the iwi, well, e te hunga rangatahi, hara mai. So this next prize is Aroha's Way hair voucher, and I'm pretty sure that's based in Otaki by memory. Yes, I was right. Yes, did my research. All right, so whoever's keen for this one, no mai hara mai, come up, because your question is, what is one thing that you learned from Manahi? And there's so many that I learned from Manahi. No one wants to share? Don't be shy at the iwi. Or even if you just stand up and yell it out, but you got to come up and get it anyways. Te, no mai hara mai. Woo! It's hard to come up, e hoa, it is. So what is one thing that really, touched you from Manahi's kōrero, from what he said?
The whangita at the end, I can't even remember what it was.
The quote?
Yeah.
Oh, cool, and why?
It's quite touching. Saying.
Oh, cool, lovely. Well, there you go, that was easy, eh? Che. You can go get a fresh cut from Aroha's Way in Otaki. Right, next I'd like to invite Councillor Kelly Tahiwi to come up forward to speak to us about the Rangatahi services that are here in the Horowhenua for us. You know, if you're going through anything, if you need some awhi. And she's coming, yeah! Give her a round of applause.
Tēnā koe whai. E hara i te councillor engari ka whai ahau, mena ka whai hua i ngā wiki e rua kua tū mai nei. Ko ai ahau, ko Kelly Tahiwi ahau. I just want to say, can we have a big round of applause for our two Rangatahi speakers that we've just had? Woo! I've watched these two Rangatahi grow up in Otaki at the iwi o Whakatupuranga ko Faith, and she also started off at Te Waipapu tanga at Punahau, which was our kohanga reo, our kura that we had at the marae, and then Manahi, a Rangatahi and a taiohi at Te Kura-Hau-Pō o Te Rito. So, nā mihi nui ki a kōrua, i o kōrua Pukenga, he tino honori i te whakarongo, i te kitia i o koutou whānakitanga, i o tupuranga, ko koutou ngā pua o te whakatupuranga rua mano pea, i ngā mahi o ngā kaumātua, i ngā tupuna o ngā iwi, muaupoko, Kura-Hau-Pō o Raukawa, i ngā me katoa. So, nei rata mihi ki a kōrua, he tino honori, it's so awesome. Ka pute ruha, ka hao, te rangatahi, nā koutou. I'm just here to say, let the people know about the services that are around in Horowhenua. So hands up if you're from Horowhenua, from Foxton, Manawatu, down to Otaki. Kia ora, nā mihi. Along with just as a taparitanga to ngā opu ohu tautoko that is in your program, we have some services that are available for Rangatahi. If you need some awhi, Whaiora Trust, they provide mental health and addiction services. We have Life to the Max, which is based in Horowhenua, Levin, and they provide youth services and social services. And they also have youth workers. Raukawa Whānau Ora, again, they support whānau and tamariki. They also have social workers that work with tamariki and rangatahi in schools. Amongst the other services they provide, like health, te mea, Mupoko Tribal Authority. Can I get a whoop whoop? Oh, just a little plug for where I work, but Raukawa Whānau is also my whanaunga. Mupoko Tribal Authority also have a youth service, and they provide services for our rangatahi and whānau. We also have a whānau water navigation service, and also we have some support for so mental health services. Just slight, that's a little bit itty. Youth line services. So I think the number is in there, and they're also based in Manawatu. Te mana o te tangata, they operate in Levin and Hanana and Manawatu, Foxton. We have Pacifica for tomorrow for our Pacifica whānau, Nui Waka Trust, Whale Pacifica, Vavao, Ropu. We have a Tuvaluan youth group. If you're from Kapiti or Otaki, there's a Kapiti youth service. And also, Otaki has Te Puna Ora. So those are all just different ropu that can help you for rangatahi, for whānau, if you need service. So, nei rā te mihi kia koutou. Just closing, I just want to say we're in a time of change at the moment. In the next 2 weeks, we're having elections will be finishing. So I just really, really want to encourage you, if you're 18 years old and up, make sure, no matter who you vote for, that you get your vote in. That's the most important thing. If you're 18, if you've just turned 18 in 2002, 2003 or 2004, this is your opportunity to vote. So go out there and get your first vote in, and make voting something that you do when you turn 18. So what's another thing you do when you turn 18? Vote. What's another thing we do when we're 18? We're legal. So we're legal to vote. So get out there, whānau, puti, 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 vote, vote, vote. Hey, kia ora mai.
She said, puti, 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 vote, vote, vote. Say it with me now. Puti, 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 vote, vote, vote. Say it with me now. Puti, 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 vote, vote, vote. It's important that our voices are being heard, and if voting is it, then that's it, man. Go hard, do it, because if you want an opinion, that's probably the only way you're ever going to get listened to. It's just those votes. Ahioi anō, I want to encourage our rangatahi who just heard Kelly speak about our services. Don't be shy to reach out. Don't be shy. Please don't, because that is the first thing that you need to get past is yourself. In order for you to heal, if you are going through stuff, or if you're just too shy to talk about your problems with someone because you don't think they're going to listen, there are people who won't listen, but there are people who will listen. Here I know we have another prize, and we're going to play a little game. So if I can get two rangatahi to come up for this game. If you like cards, does anyone like cards, like playing cards, like Uno, Last Card? Oh, look at that. So we've got My More Creative and Te Wero Chair. So if you like, oh yeah, we've got one here. We need one more. One more rangatahi. And again, all right, come on in. All right, for this kemu, e hoa mā, for this kemu, you are going to name 5 card games under 5 seconds. Do you think you can do that? No? Who wants to go first? You know what? Nah, you don't even. I'm going to choose you. Pikachu, I choose you. You ready? You got 5 seconds to name 5 card games. Count with me in Hohepa. We're going to count in Māori. Ready? And go.
Last card. Oh, fuck.
Oh, kei te pai. That was practice. Practice. Ready? One more time and go. Tai.
Last card. Fishy. Snap. Speed.
Oh. Yeah, that was three. Okay, one more, and it's just one of you, because the other one's going to do the next one. Okay, ready? Tahi.
Last card. Speed. Memory. Speed. Oh, fishy. Snap.
Yay! No, it's all right. A for effort. All right, now your turn. Are you ready? All right. And Tahi.
Last card, memory, speed, snap, fishy, fishy.
Boom. Woo! So you two get a prize each. One of you get the My More Creative prize and the Te Wero prize. Thank you for your participation. I do want to encourage more of our rangatahi, ones who haven't won a prize yet. I see you, girl, getting in there, getting amongst the kaupapa. All right, well, it is 7:15, so we've got another 5 minutes before I introduce our next KAIKŌRERO. So let me ask you, how are we feeling today? Hungry? It's like you read my mind. Well, the menu is, it's over there at the back. Yep. There's a beautiful lady who's waving her hand. Yeah, she's got the menu. Go order now. I don't actually know if it's an order. But are you serious? You're just hungry? Just hungry. All right then. Well, let's introduce our next KAIKŌRERO, who is Tania Carr. So no mai hara mai, the kai whakahaere o tēnei kaupapa. Isn't she gorgeous?
Test, 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 test. I am not going to bust out a rap or none of that. That's when you're supposed to laugh. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. It's Saturday night and you are all here with us tonight. So thank you all for being here. Thank you. And just special mihi out to some of the special people that have helped us on the ground to come to Horowhenua. Teresa, holding my hand all the way. Thank you, girl, for everything. Aroha, Ricky, Uncle Darren, and our Kapa Haka Rangatahi, thank you so much. I know you were practicing every Tuesday and every Sunday so that you could be here tonight to perform for us also. Thank you. Okay, I'm not going to... I know that you're tino hiakai, tino hungry, very hungry. So don't worry, I'm not going to take 20 minutes. I'm going to take 2 to 5 minutes, I promise. I'll try and talk as fast as I can. And the purpose of why I am speaking is... Anei he puka puka tēnei. So... Real talk, this is number 10 that we've done around the motu over the past 2 years. We've been going for 2 years. And when we used to have our real talk events, we would have our kōrero and our KAIKŌRERO plant seeds for our rangatahi. And you will go home and you'll go, wow, what an awesome night, and I've learnt so much. But then sometimes you go back to your whare. And sometimes when we go back to our whare, it's not a nice place to be. When I was younger, I grew up in Cannons Creek in Porirua. Anyone here from Porirua? Whoa, kia ora. And sometimes our whare was not a safe place to be. And I used to read books. I used to pretend I was the girl in the book to try and take away from the sounds that I was hearing, the noises that we were experiencing in our whare. And so that triggered whakaaro. I need to write a book. And it's not just about me, this book. It's got 11 stories from KAIKŌRERO that have taken the real talk stage in the past, and they have shared their stories with us in this book. And with the help of Horowhenua District Council, they've given us enough pūtea to be able to give each and every one of you in this room tonight a copy of your own Real Talk Puka Puka. And so we are working on so you've got 11 KAIKŌRERO on here, and we've had a number of different KAIKŌRERO since this book. And my summer project is to write Real Talk version 2. So hopefully you'll hear some of the other KAIKŌRERO that are speaking tonight in the volume 2. Elise is speaking tonight, you'll hear from her later, but she was at the very first Real Talk show in August in 2020, and what a difference, eh? What a difference. And how rude. E mihi ana au ki a koutou. the reason we are here is to share this space together and hear the stories. Kei hea Manahi. Oh, wharepaku. Yeah. Oh. Thank you for you all for being here and planting your seeds and sharing your knowledge and your experience so that we get to have some clarity on where we might go if we were ever in that situation. So thank you so much. I think that's all I have to say. So I know you're hungry. And we've got KK catering in the youth space all set up. And there's heaps of kai and some delicious kai. So on your way through there, Carl, before we go and have kai, what do we do? Karakia. Okay, so here's a prize for Rangatahi. Who would like to come up on stage and say our karakia? Haere mai ki konei. And when you do, after our karakia and you make your way through to the kitchen for our kai, to the youth space, the ladies here will give you a puka puka each. So, mai koha to you. Thank you, Horowhenua.
E te atua whakapainga i nei kai, e ora ngō mātou tinana, ngā hoki o mātou aroa, ki te taro o te ora ki karaiti o Mātāwaka. Āmene.
Wait, before you go, you get a prize. It's we can swap it for the next one. Che. Well, you heard karakia i te iwi. Cut a few. Rehe ko. Is it on now? There we go. Give her a much better, bigger round of applause. That is Lucy, our beautiful, talented singer for tonight. And look at her, she's gorgeous even. Oh, kia ora mai tātou, kia ora! A bit more lively, yeah, I like that one, but I'm sure we can do better. But hey, we'll get into that one later, eh? Right, so obviously you guys might know what's next. Prizes, duh, that's what. But before I go to prizes, check out this list of numbers and people that you can reach out to. Now, if I were you, I'll take your phone out and take a photo of it, even though you're going to see it a lot tonight. But if I were you, take a photo because you never know, you might need it. Yeah, I was ready for that one. You're welcome. You another one? Okay. All right, so our prizes. Oh, before I get into prizes, we actually found a wallet up here in the front. So, can I get Akerangi Ryland to come and get your wallet? Oh, boom. No, that's okay. I didn't steal anything. Maybe. Nah, jokes. Right, prizes. Next prize. Well, if I could get... Is there anyone here from Wanganui? Oh, nah. Well, I heard you and I see you, so you come up. Come up and get this prize. Woo, yeah. Pardon? Oh, I went ahead. Sorry, don't look, close your eyes. It's naughty stuff. Just kidding. Cool, so we have, what do we have over here? We've got, oh, what are they getting? Oh, Merry Christmas. Look at your face, you're like, don't feel shame, you got a prize. That's a lit hat. Wear it. Yeah. It's better than mine. Nah, just jokes. All right, let's head forward. We've got, oh, yeah. Well, that wasn't the prize, but yeah. I mean, oh, here we go. Look at that. Beautiful. So I'm going to call up our next speaker, who is our beautiful Suz Taana. So when you're ready, hoa, no mai hara mai. Oh, look at her. She's gorgeous. She a bad. Mana, wāhine. Bad. Mana, wāhine.
Okay, kia ora whānau. This is my first time public speaking, so bear with me. I'm quite an emotional person. Oh my God. I'm Tania's little sister. Okay. Oh my God, I haven't even started yet. Oh my God, this is scary. Okay. So this was also last minute. I flew into Wellington on Monday. Tania asked me to speak, and so here I am tonight. Okay. Ko hekirangi te maunga, ko waiapu te awa, ko horauta te waka, ko roa taupare te marae, ko te whānau aroa taupare te hapu, ko Ngāti Porou te iwi, ko Suz Taana tōku ingoa. Okay. Oh my goodness, this is so hard, guys. Seriously. Okay. I'm going to put my glasses on because I can't really see, so. Oh my God, I'm shaking. Okay, here we go. Let me change the... Oh, that's our marae, roa taupare marae. Okay. I grew up in Cannons Creek in a Housing New Zealand state home with my sisters. So if you don't know, I've got 5 sisters, so there's 6 girls. even though I don't remember much of my childhood, and I don't know whether this is due to trauma or just bad memory, I am grateful for my life and my lived experiences. Growing up, we didn't have a lot of money, but we always had what we needed. I'm just going to take this off. At times, I must admit, we would open up the cupboards to no food. I remember as a kid we had a local dairy that allowed to tick things up and for our parents to pay it off on payday, so we never went without. My dad, we used to send us down to the shop and we used to just tick things up in the book. So that was a memory. So yeah, definitely never went without food. At times we got food parcels from community services, and I remember the boxes would always have milk powder in them. That's when you know the struggle is real. Growing up in a big family meant making meals that would feed us all. They usually consisted of boil-ups, minced stews, or sausages with mashed potato cut down the middle to make the food stretch. I used to be so disappointed coming home after school to a big pot of boil-up on the stove. But now, in my older days, now I can't get enough of it. I still don't like doughboys, though. My dad was the best cook, and he could make a meal out of anything. I am thankful to this day that he taught us how to cook. One valuable life lesson I will cherish. I bet my sisters, Renee and Celeste, in the crowd, laughing at me, to me admitting that I know how to cook. Yes, guys, my taste buds have expanded. Me and Tania are probably the worst cooks out of everybody. Okay, we're not bad. We're just like really simple. Okay, winter in a cold, mouldy and damp home meant keeping warm by turning the oven on in the kitchen. I vividly remembered my room having black mould on the walls and the windows were dripping with condensation. As a result of this, I was always a sick child in and out of A&E with asthma and respiratory illnesses. Growing up in the 90s as a child was so much fun. We were always kicked outside to play until the street lights came on. And when they came on, you know, or you knew that was when you got to get your ass home. So, changing. So, yeah, that's my whānau there. That's only a little bit of us. But there we go. Okay. Let me get organised so we have got so much things going on. My dad was an awesome father, but he was also a product of his environment. He was a member of the Mongo mob, so as kids we grew up around the pad and seeing things that kids shouldn't be seeing or experiencing. I know now that he was masking his trauma and drinking away his emotions. As a kid, I suffered massive anxiety. Okay, as a kid, I suffered massive anxiety when I heard the clinking of beer bottles, not knowing if he was going to be in a good or angry mood. I would do anything I could to try and distract him or keep him happy. Oh my God. Wow, to avoid the violent episodes that occurred in our whare. Our whare wasn't always violent. Most of the time it was full of love. My parents are the most softest and kindest people you would ever meet. My dad especially would always tell us how much he loved us and he was always proud of us. Oh my God, guys. Okay. Man, I did my makeup tonight too, and I'm like, God, like I got some photos beforehand, seriously. Okay. We walked in two different worlds. My mum's side of the family were wealthy and lived comfortable lives in fancy homes, good suburbs, good food, fun times and awesome holidays. Maybe here is where my taste for the finer things in life started. Auntie Mary had a toy doctor's kit that I absolutely loved playing with. Honestly, looked like this one here. And I believe this subconsciously sparked my dreams of entering the medical profession. Moving on to my teenage years, I went to minor college in Porirua and had my first boyfriend at 15 years old. I would often spend my days at his house and intermittently went to school to my favourite classes, which were fashion and human biology. Sorry guys, I'm just head down reading, but I always made an effort to complete my work and pass NCA level 1 and 2. I knew I wanted more for my life, and I knew in order to get into further study, I would need to have good grades. When I was 14, my big sister Tania got me a part-time job at Glassons in Porirua. I worked here until I was 17 years old. This experience taught me work ethic, fashion, how to interact with people, customer service and time management, because I would usually go to my shift straight after school. Working was a gateway to open the doors for future opportunities. I worked a number of retail jobs when I was 18, because I had such a good track record and awesome references, I was able to get a job as a receptionist in a law firm. I don't think my sister Tania realises how much she's shaped me into the woman that I am today. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Oh, my God. Okay. The struggle, that's so real up here, guys. Okay. I got pregnant at 18 to my childhood sweetheart. I grew up around violence, and so to me, violence was normal. I was in a physical and mental abusive relationship. When it was good, it was good. But when it was bad, it was really bad. Like my dad, the cycles continue, and our men do to us what has been done to them. When Maya was 5 years old, she started showing signs of anxiety, the same signs that I was living with as a child. She just wanted us to be safe. I just wanted us to be safe. And so I made the decision to leave the relationships. I have no hard feelings towards Maya's dad, and to this day we have actually got a really good relationship for the sake of Maya. I want to acknowledge my daughter's whānau, especially Koko Mike and Nanny Steph, for always providing for Maya when I couldn't. They say it takes a village to raise a child. My family especially have always helped me with Maya. At one point I was living with Celeste, Tania. I think I've done the rounds to everybody's house. By the way, I flew on Monday night, came home to my 12-year-old daughter, who is now so much taller than me. I enrolled at Whitireia and did a 1-year bridging course to get the skills I needed to successfully apply for a Bachelor of Māori Nursing degree. That's what I wanted to do. I was a single mum on the benefit, and if it wasn't for the help and support of my whānau, I wouldn't have been able to navigate my life of being a mum, studying and working. So while I was studying nursing, I worked at the Porirua market selling kaimoana and seafood. That was my Saturday job, under the table job. I studied 3 years of Māori nursing and graduated as a registered nurse in 2017. Putting on the gown and the hat, walking to receive my tohu was one of the proudest moments of my life. I got my first job at Oratoa as a registered nurse. I had a hunger for more, so I started my postgraduate certificate at Victoria University. While I was studying, I was poor, so I didn't have the pūtea to support my further learning, so I investigated scholarships and applied wherever I could. I got accepted, and that paid for my first year of nursing school. There are opportunities out there for us whānau. If you can dream it, you can do it. We are all worthy of being or doing anything we want in life. I was lucky to have surrounded myself with some amazing friends who had my back, always, and would be there for myself and Maya whenever and whatever we needed. Surrounding myself with good people has helped me to be the best version of me. Even to this day, my friends remain an integral part of my life. So if there's one piece of advice I can give you now is surround yourself with good, positive people who always have your best interests at heart, who want to see you shine, who will always have your back when you're at your highest of highs and lowest of lows. Oh, shit. Oh, my gosh. Fast forward, I met a new man, and in February 2019, we welcomed our son Tawhiao into the world. By this stage, I was more mature, I had grown up, I had a stable career, I was a lady now, and I was finally in a position mentally and financially to support my whānau. I even saved enough money to buy my first investment property with my two sisters. I was feeling stagnant in my life. I wanted to expand my career, access more opportunities, earn more money, and chase the sunshine. So in May 2021, we decided to move to Australia. The good thing for me was that I could utilise my nursing qualifications, and so I got snapped up easily. I was living my best life until 29th of December 2021. I received the worst phone call of my life. We were in the peak of COVID restrictions, so coming home was a nightmare. It was so fucking hard not being there with my family and experiencing it all via the internet. Long story short, we applied for an exemption so we could get into MIQ. Unfortunately, because of the restrictions, I was unable to get out for the tangi. And because our marae had no reception, I couldn't even be present online during the tangihanga. It is not normal being Māori and grieving for the loss of my dad and the blatant disregard to tikanga in regards to tangi during COVID. I'm so close with my sisters, and I still feel like I was robbed of being able to be there for us to support each other and to say my final goodbyes to my dad in person. As soon as I escaped MIQ, we all went to Tuparo to visit Dad, and this is where he lays. I still feel like my dad visits me though, seriously. I think he comes to me in bird form, and my neighbours must think I'm really crazy because I always go outside and talk to the random birds that come in. There's always just one lone bird that comes and sings, so I truly believe my dad's by my side, and I can just hear him at the back of my mind just saying, "You got this, darling." He used to always call us darling, so he's here. I wanted to thank my friends again for dropping everything to help out with the tangi, from Kai to Koha, and all the love and unconditional support. Okay. I went back to Oz. I was lost with my emotions and how I was feeling, trying to discover how I was going to deal with my grief and continue living. Is there tissues on here? No. I feel like my face is just... Okay, thanks, sis. I applied for a role as an Indigenous nurse in the outback of Western Australia, working for or within an Aboriginal community. So these are some of the pictures of where I live. I work in a small town called Horowhenua. I live way out in the Wops. Thanks, sis. So I live way out in the Wops. There's only one small dairy in town, and the population is around 300 people. I catch a tiny plane from Perth to Horowhenua every 2 weeks. We are the only emergency care service in the outback. I even had to learn how to drive a manual in an old school ambulance. Honestly, there's so lucky there's no hills, and it's like really deserted because, yeah. But I don't think I bunny hop, so which is good. I'm such a determined person, so yeah. I also had to learn how to dodge kangaroos. I'm shit scared of spiders, snakes, and dogs, and now I'm surrounded with them. So now I have to just face my fears. Honestly, there's so many dogs. In some ways, I feel like I'm working with my own people in terms of witnessing the effects of colonisation. I do a job that I love, and in turn I earn more money than I could ever imagine, helping me to set my tamariki up for their future so they would never have to experience the struggle that I experience. I'm also being a positive role model for all the tamariki in my whānau and even the rangatahi here in this room tonight. I decided to take on this role to help find myself. It meant making sacrifices with my kids and the family life. Maya decided to stay in New Zealand with my whānau. So thanks, Mum and all my sisters, for taking care of Maya. My son, Tawhiao, lives in the GC with his dad, where I fly back to every 2 weeks. So again, I feel like I am living in two different worlds. But it makes me so grateful for the life that I have. So this is the last photo that we had as a whānau with my dad before he passed away. So this is probably a couple of weeks before I moved to Australia. So all the anxiety, and honestly, it's just gone now, and I've just finished my whole speech, and now I feel like I need to start again. I need a retake. No, but all the anxiety that I felt tonight has been well worth it if my story has inspired anyone in the room tonight. If I could leave, I just want to leave this one whakatauki. Mā te huru kāre te manu. So adorn the bird with feathers so it may fly. So to me, this whakatauki means chase your dreams. It doesn't matter where you come from. It matters where you choose to be, choose to go. Yeah. So ngā mihi. Thank you.
Wow. It takes so much to come up and kōrero, as you can see. I felt that. Did anyone else feel that? Feel that mana? That mamai? Well, anyways, that brings us to our next prize, which I actually want to go back to what she said. She said that she hopes that you will take something from her kōrero. So, in regards to that, our next prize is pretty much about sharing what you got from her kōrero. So, are there any rangatahi who would like to come and share one thing that inspired you from Suz's kōrero? I don't know. Yeah, come up. Just one thing, not hard, yes. Awesome. Well, you already know the no.
Time is precious, don't take it for granted.
Love that. Oh, and the prize, if it will work, at the... Oh, the battery's out. That would explain it. There we go. That's your prize for coming. No jokes. That is your prize, a Morphia. Right, so Morphia 2, you get 2 vouchers from a Morphia. I have no idea what they... Oh my gosh! Oh yeah! That's awesome. Well, speaking of awesome, we're going to move on to our next speaker. Now, this lady, you will all know, because she's pretty much been on the news. But this lady, this wahine toa, at hunting, at being the best auntie, at being there as a backbone for all of our rangatahi, no mai haramai, Pania. Come and share your awesomeness.
We good? We good? Before I start, I just need to see where my... Kia ora. I just want to see where my son is. Because I need to... Yeah, okay, just because. Yeah. Right, so people think I was born in the bush. I wish I was. But I was brought up in KōRERO. That's me in Mana College. Mana College all day. And that's where I learned such important engineering skills, like how to make anything into a bong, and the difference between honey and gold oil on tinfoil. I tell you, I can't spell scientist, but I basically am one. Oh shit. And as you can see here, whānau, do we know what this is? I'm obviously in Hawaii, because hang loose. Yeah, what a play up little shit. Nah, but see this kid here? This kid was broken, bro. When I was really young, my dad killed himself. And not long after that, my mum threw me out. I was full of mum eyes. I was gutted. I just felt like I had no one. I had no one to talk to, so I thought. Full of trauma, full of grief. Just felt unheard. I just fucking felt unheard. Luckily, my auntie and uncle from Ngāti Porou, they whāngai me. Where's Ngāti Porou at? Yeah. So they took me in and they listened to my mum eyes. They talked me through everything. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here today. Actually, I'll go back. So the kid that was full of mum eyes, the kid that was looking for love, what do you do when you look for love and you're broken? Where's my son? Close your ears, boy. You go for bad dick. Oh, sorry, my bad, real talk. The broken attracts the broken. Well, it wasn't really bad. He was just bad. Anyway. It is real. I should have given you fellas a trigger warning before. That is fucking real talk, bro. This is filtered. No, anyway. So me and him were both broken. He came from, not the greatest background, and so did I. 2 broken people can't heal. We were just always drinking, always getting stoned, just fucking playing up, scrapping, domestics, everything you can fucking think of that comes along with being unhealed and committing more trauma on each other. And then do you know what? I thought I was a scientist again, so we're sitting there and I'm like, you know what's a good idea? And he's like, what, babe? Because you know how, our relationship's so fucking terrible? Do you know what'll fix it? Pass it in. Or let's have a baby. Yes, because I don't know, whānau, if anybody knows that is what that's going to fix it. It's like a plaster on a fucking broken leg. Well done. Well done. Did it change anything? Did it heal anything? No. It's made it fucking worse. It just spiraled because we didn't fucking learn. We hadn't fucking healed and we were just going off each other. And then his mum had our daughter a lot of the time. So then, oh my gosh. So then we're like, you know what's another good idea? This bong water stinks. We're like, listen, we should have another kid. I mean, we didn't know what we were doing last time, so we should just do it again. Oh my God, genius. Can't even spell genius, but that seemed like a good plan. Anyways, we end up having my son. And I ended up dying for 1 minute and 26 seconds with him. I woke up in the hospital. And I was like, fuck, Tania, that would have been your fucking life. Scumbaggery activities, unhealed trauma, and you just passed it on to your kids. You did nothing good for your community. Well fucking done. And I had to sit in there for 2 weeks in ICU and think about that and really fucking think about it. Not long after that, I chose to leave. I chose me. But I chose him too, because together we were just as bad. I ended up being a single mum of 2 kids on the benefit. Yay. Not a career path, but no, don't choose it. Going into wins as fucking mum eyes as. I don't know anyone that's ever been in there that ever wanted to be in there. Hell no, it's mana munching as fuck. Anyway, I met a fella and he was a hunter. And he was going out and he was healing his mental health, filling our freezers. And I was like, shit, there's something to this. So he taught me how to hunt. And the shit that I learned out in Te Taiao about the pātaka, about the healing, about everything that's going on out there was exactly what I needed to address my trauma and to start healing. But to make sure also I had mana motohake and Rangatahi, so I never end back up in there asking for food grant. I'll ask for a fridge, don't. Not above it. So Wāhine tour hunting. Oh, tough. Who knows that this is my daughter Brooklyn? Yeah, just whatever. I thought you might know her, but I'm ashamed. No, you don't. Anyways. Anyway, I went to Winds with my my cousin as an advocate. So I'd come full circle. And I was sitting in Winds and I was looking at everybody that was in there. Do you know who was in there? Māori females. Māori females, broken, disconnected, urbanised, asking for handouts. I'm looking back at older versions of myself I had left behind. And it became my obligation to make sure I can pass on what I've learned to them. Because at the end of the day, whānau, we live in paradise. Ta. So, right now, Wāhine tour hunting, I put a video out and I was like, who wants to learn how to hunt? Thinking that like maybe 4 or 5 people would. Today, the list is at 4,000 plus. Every time I go into my inbox, there's more women that want to get back to the land. I don't want our people's money either, whānau. It's free. It'll always fucking be free. I'm not funded because, you know, we can't keep taking our people's money like this, bro, for stuff that I got for free. Especially the ones that come to me, they want to learn how to fill their freezers, because if you can't afford me, how the fuck can you afford a hunt with me? That's not fair. Tiff. Can you put your hand up, please, sis? Put your hands up, pal. I get asked a lot what I see as a rangatira. What I see as a rangatira is someone like her. So she came to me through Wāhine tour hunting. She's not in a great place. I hope you don't mind sharing your story, because I'm doing it anyway. And the growth within this woman since then has just been exponential. Don't ask me to spell it. So her right there, that right there, that's reconnection to Te Taiao. That's reconnection and reclaiming of mana. I'll skip. So at the moment, there's no hunts on at the moment because I broke my back in a car crash not too long ago. So everything's on hiatus. But it's for the best. Because everything that's bad always comes with a silver lining. There's always a reason why fucked up shit happens. It wasn't fun. I wouldn't want to do it again. But there's a reason why it happened. And I'll address that later on. In my inbox, due to, I don't know what it is, but the social media blowing up, Wāhine tour hunting, so many rangatahi were coming to me asking for help. And my nephew, Takanui, took his life. And so many other kids were coming to me asking, Auntie, I need help. I can't get help. I don't live in zones. There's not enough funding. I can't get help. So these kids are coming to me, yelling at me, and like, fuck, at like a brick wall. No one was fucking listening. What do you mean there's no funding to save kids' lives? This is fucking ridiculous. So I asked Nix and Koei, fuck, fucking left them. I was like, look, this is a pretty hard to cope up, but I've got a plan. They all listen to us. We need to give them the microphone and make sure that our babies are being heard. So we did a hiakai to Parliament. Over 10,000 people RSVP'd. That day will forever live on my mauri. There was a young girl, she was 14 at the time. And when she was 10, she was walking to school with her friends. And her best friend right in front of her jumped in front of a train and killed herself. By the time we got to hear, this was 4 years later after that incident, she still couldn't get any counselling. That's where our babies were at. Anyway, because of this hiakai, they went on to push a whole lot of mental health funding down to the lower North Island and then on through to the rest of New Zealand. Where's my phone? Oh, fuck. So I'm prepared, guys. Hold on. Can you pass my phone, please? Unfortunately, this was 4 years ago. And, sorry, I've got to find it now because I'm saying I'm prepared. This was 4 years ago. All that money came in, all that money went. And I don't know what's happened in the last 6 or 7 months, but the influx of children in my inbox asking for help is fucking exponential. It's going like 2 kids a night, 3 kids a night, added to the last 3, and then another one, and then another one. I'm nervous to write to you, but thank you for talking about how it is for our rangatahi. They never listen. Everything is our problem. My sister hung herself in the shed, and they blamed her auntie. Her. They blamed her. I hate it. I hate all of it. They said she couldn't have a tangi because of it. They buried her upside down. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but maybe it's because I know you're one of the only ones that are listening to us. Fuck these adults around here. Fuck them. We love you, auntie, even though I know you're not my auntie. Sorry, and I love you. This is the thing, kids. I'm sorry. I'm sorry on behalf of our generation and the 2 generations before us that have not updated the school system, the bullying system. We don't know. We need to be listening to yous instead of telling you how it is. So in saying that, if there's any kid going through shit right now and you've got no one to talk to me. Talk to me. Message me at Wāhine tour hunting. I don't care if it's 3 or 4 o'clock at night. I don't give a fuck. Fucking message me and I will do everything in my power to make sure you're seen, you're heard, and you're helped. Because I'm from here. I live in Palmy. And I'd way rather fucking talk to you at 3 or 4 in the morning than come down here and speak at your tangi or say your name on the news as another kid that didn't make it. Kia ora.
Oh, aroha mai. Had to pull myself together for that one. Kua pā mai koe taku manawa. What are you doing? Thank you. Thank you so much. And some of my friends too. So thank you for what you're doing. And I'm so sorry that there's not enough of us doing what you're doing. Thank you. Anyways. Switch back on. All right. Guess what's next? A prize. So, let's get into this one. All right. Who knows how to play with a patu? No? Yeah? Come up then. I've got patu. I want to see the best patu flick, and we have to make this quick, please. So please come up. Or maybe we'll do follow the leader. So I'll do it action, you do it after me, eh? Yeah, mean. Pick a weapon. Oh, the big white one. What? All right, so I'm going to do 3 actions, and you're just going to follow me. And I want everyone to clap if they did it exactly like me, okay? Yeah! She deserves a prize for the best patu flick. Oh, is that one? Oh, what did you get? Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you for coming up and sharing your awesome patu skills. Right, back into our next KAIKŌRERO e te iwi. If I could bring up the Hori himself. Hohepa, Thompson, no mai hara mai.
Kia ora tātou. I don't want to point out the obvious, but there's a person that's pissed themselves here. But I must say, this was probably taken 5 years ago. He's a big boy now. He wears big boy pants. And, yeah. I'm here to talk to you today around te art, or taking te mimi, which pretty much talks about the art of taking the piss, and kind of my little journey reconnecting to my reo, and my art journey and the way I do that with my mahi toi. It's funny, I'm standing up on stage because I remember being about 7 years old and pissing myself on stage in front of the entire school. I could still see the puddle, my reflection in it, taunting me. The kids laughing at me, and So it's for me to come and stand on the stage here, I kind of talking about that time. I was like, fuck. But it's all right. I promise nothing will happen. And Elise has got some nappies for me, just in case shit goes south. So, te ata taking the mimi. This is kind of my not so serious but serious journey back to te ao Māori, and decolonising my mind, my whakaaro, and using te reo Māori in my artwork as humour. Ko ai au, ai ko Hori, ana engari karetera tuku ingoa tūturu, ko Hohepa Thompson. Engari tētahi wā ka homai tete atu tērā ingoa ki au. Ai he uri nei o Otaki in the house, Kapa, Raoe. And basically I started my journey in Otaki, you know, grew up there. Went to the kohanga reo o Raukawa, so the brother here, and then went off to he KŌRERO ki Te Auhau, and then even up last couple of years in Hato Hohepa in Taitoko. Mihi ki a koe, it was awesome seeing you today. So my first kind of time in education was in Te Reo. And when I pushed out of that zone and went into a boarding school down in Wellington, I was probably the only fluent speaker at that school. So my journey with my reo has been quite, well, some people will have some similarities. For me, it's actually taken a whole different journey, and it's actually my kind of life now. I'm not the best reo speaker ever, but we'll get to that with this. The kupu Hori, my whole whakaaro around that is basically I was at school, I got my front teeth knocked out, and when I woke up, the guy that was about to beat me said, "Fuck, you look Hori, bro." Which kind of saved me. But he gave me that ingoa, and it stuck with me, and I hated it. I hated everything about that name, that derogatory term. What I do with that kupu now and with that ingoa is about taking ownership over that ingoa. That's why the R is spun, and kind of doing more challenging mahi with that name as that alias. So that's the kind of whole whakaaro around what I do. Culture's massive for me, because there was a time in my life where I threw it all out the window. Got to this school and decided I didn't want to have anything to do with my Māori tanga. I completely chucked it out. It was just easier for me to assimilate into a Pākehā world, because that's where all the popular kids were. That's what I wanted to be, and so I decided to throw that away. And it has been the biggest regret of my life. So I made a conscious decision when I was 14 just to putatera mea ki te taha and just carry on down a very Pākehā worldview. And I continued in this Pākehā world for probably about 12 years. And it all kind of happened because of racism. I ended up joining the bandwagon. I was even brutal about my own people, and I was ashamed to be Māori. Some people here might have that kind of, might have had a similar journey, but that was pretty much what happened with my culture. I chucked it out the window. It was a he mea whakamā, and it took me a very long time to realise what I'd done. Hori. So basically, I'm an artist based in Otaki at the beach. Came back home, and the label was created in 2012, so 10 years ago. And since then has been a centre of much artistic and social debate. It was developed in order to draw attention to significant Māori and Aotearoa issues that, as an artist, I felt close to and needed to be addressed. The big goal is to create awareness around certain topics, and we go into some pretty ruthless topics. Open up conversations about these difficult things. So some of these things are really shit to talk about. And like our nation's Haka, I know we're missing the All Blacks game, but it's okay. We challenge people's views even when it may not be politically correct to do so. So we get pretty niggly and we get right in amongst the dirt. And I feel comfortable in that space, which is why I've kind of gone to where I have. This is massive for me. I see myself living in these two worlds, and I've been able to navigate these worlds quite easily. If I go back and forth, this is kind of how I see my mahi. I've got this actually mokoed on my legs to remind me that I continually stand in these two worlds. So with my art mahi, I feel like I'm a little waka, okay, and I get to navigate down these little lines constantly. And the way I do things, and recently in the last kind of 3-4 years, is I attack them not as ruthless as I used to, but I use humour or a comedic kind of adding to my mahi. Hence, te art of taking te mimi. So I wanted to just give you a couple of examples of how I do this, whether it be setting up for campaigns, just the tiniest, simplest ideas that creatively we do, and that makes some type of change. This one here was as simple as we know how bad methamphetamine is in our communities. We see it everywhere, especially in Horowhenua, Kapiti, all around Aotearoa. Okay, so the idea was that we would symbolically take the P out of every single town from Palmerston to Pōneke. So one day I picked up my mate Gary Lomax, who's from here. You probably know him, he's down the road. He didn't have a fucking clue what he was up to. He just had a truck and a big ladder, and I had a shit ton of tape. This one on the side here is the first P we did just out of Levin as you're going towards Highway 57. And we had one rule when we left here, and it was if we saw a P, it had to be done. It took us 8 hours to get to Porirua. So basically, we took the P, or the piss, we took the P out of every single thing. And you think about Parapara Umu? Yep. Plimerton, Paremata, Paikakariki, holy shit, there were so many. We got to Porirua and we thought, fuck, we're just going to leave Pōneke for everyone else because it was a rough trip. And I mean, we got pulled over the cops once, and then by the time we got home and the cops were at our house, we knew that there was something here. And the next morning when we woke up and we had pretty much every single media thing wondering who the fuck took the P out of these signs, and we knew, we're like, right, we got them. And then it started happening nationwide. People started doing it in New Plymouth, Ponsonby, all the way down south, and they kept sending us all of these photos. Our whakaaro was to get that awareness. That was the biggest thing, get the awareness. Once we get their eyes, then we hit them with the education. But our education was, again, different. We didn't go from the drug foundations and anything. We went to the people that knew about drugs the most. We went to the mob. And they told us, they talked to us about how they did not want this in their gangs. They knew what was happening. But then we saw why this was happening. It was other issues like poverty. All of these things that came in. So there were all of this education that we were able to give people that they probably wouldn't have read at a medical thing. They actually had the inner knowledge of why it gets done. That was just one example of doing something that's kind of a serious kind of issue, but doing something funny like that people actually took notice of. The second one that I've dealt with a lot, again in my life, is the Takeretanga, or racism. Because I feel like I'm this Hohepa Te Puru type guy. I rush into things quite hearty at times, and I've learnt this in my time as an artist. We had a shop, we had some racial issues with the next door neighbours who just happened to be a sheepskin store, hence the hung sheep in the gallery window so they could see it. This is a way, obviously, of having a hung sheep with the kupu kaikiri written on it, which means racist. But this piece also depicts how I felt about that whole thing. Like an angry old bull, I rushed at it and just wanted to fucking kill them. But I was also really sad about that. It was a really sad thing for me. And I learnt from this that people, they remember that trauma, they remember that sadness. How can I change this to make it a lot happier? Because people remember happy times just as much. So in a second kind of attempt to look at racism, I decided to have an opera, but set it in a pub. I'm going to play this for you. I hope it works. And you'll see the difference between Hohepa te Puru and the Puru that probably thought a bit better about it. Kapai. I think I press play like this.
E Hori, he a tō Kairitanga.
Don't worry, your ears will be bleeding after this one. So that one there was just a smarter way to look at this kind of issue and to take a shot at these politicians that are continually getting away with racist comments, and especially Seymour, which makes it worse because he's actually Māori. So that was a big one, was to like, you know what? Fuck these guys. How are we going to do something that just actually rips them? Another one, the third example, is talking about the revitalisation of Te Reo Māori, which is massive for me. As I said, the 10 years that I've been doing this mahi, I feel like it's me coming back to Te Ao Māori. You know, I live and breathe this world now. I still struggle with it. You know, it's still a thing with me. I still fuck everything up all the time. But it's my love for Te Reo, and it's me trying to, that big regret of throwing it away, this is me trying to give back to a culture that I had lost. This was a new kind of waiata that we made up, and decided to re-up a haka mana para tawana wha. But we decided to do it in a rock kind of version. And if this doesn't get stuck in your ear holes, I didn't do my job. I'll play this last one and then it'll be the end. But kapai. This was fucking hilarious making this, but we did all the music and this, but so I'm sorry for that, but and the singing. So anyway, go. Now, if that's stuck in your head tonight while you're going to sleep. But yeah, my whakaaro's around, you know, our reo's an amazing thing. And a lot of people looking into our world, whether you're Pākehā, Tauiwi, even to Māori, they kind of sometimes only see the more traditional, formal parts of it, you know. What they do miss out is the fucking hilariousness and the way we are when we're speaking to each other in Te Reo Māori. And that's what some people don't see. So our whakaaro is to have a little bit more lighter around it and use the funniness that we as a people have. And also try to educate people in little things we do. So I'll leave you with this. I didn't tell the fart joke because it wasn't necessary. But this one is just the last quote. You can champion Te Reo Māori without being a champion of Te Reo Māori. And I feel that's a massive part of my journey. But you can put that into everything. You don't have to be the best at the thing. Okay, whether it's sports, whether it's whatever you're doing, you don't actually need to be the best at it. You just have to try hard at doing it. And be okay with looking like a clown or an idiot or, you know, pissing your pants on stage. As long as you're trying to champion yourself, I feel that's the best that you guys can do. And yeah, so I'll leave you with that. No reira, tēnā koutou katoa. And yeah, I didn't piss myself. Awesome. Thank you.
Whoop, whoop. That was Hori. Oh, get to pai. Che, that was awesome. I learned so much about that. You can champion Te Reo Māori without being a champion of Te Reo Māori. That's amazing. Because I'm not that great at Te Reo Māori either. But I think I'm right. I think I make sense. Well, anyways, you already know what time it is. It is prize time. So, Rangatahi mā, our next prize is not that one. Ooh, no, it's not that one either. Oh, it is this one. Never mind. Haha, psych, got you. Well, anyways, if we got some rangatahi who, you know, you pump hard at the gym, like me, you know, you got some muscly legs, well, no, my haramai, come up and get this because we have a little challenge. No pain, no gain. Who can do 10 push-ups in 5 seconds? Nah, that's you can't even do that, eh? What about 20 and 10? 20 and 10, 15 and 10? Okay, who goes to the gym out of you rangatahi? Do you? He's like, nah. Do you? All right, we're going to go to you. Brother, come up. Yeah, just come up. Well, at least we got, what, 1 or 2 of us who go to the gym. Jeez. No, seriously. So you get a gym membership, and she's actually got it. Oh, you want to do some push-ups? Oh, yeah, okay. Give us 10 good, mighty press-ups, eh? Like a pro, come on, let's go. Oh, look at the form. Wow. Oh, one hand. 1, 2, toru, wha, reima, ono, whetu, waru, iwa, tekau, awa. Yes, go. There you go. You get your prize. That was probably the best 10 press-ups I've ever seen. The form was so good. Jeez, when I go down, I don't even go down. Or I go down and never come back up. Here we are, no. I'd like to introduce our next speaker. Oh. We'll leave it at that, eh? Yeah, no, don't stay down. Anyways, our next speaker is another beautiful wahine toa who will be coming up to share her life with us. Now, I hope we're all learning. I hope we're still sharp with our eyesight, with our ears. I'd like to bring up our next speaker, Elise. Niu, no mai hara mai.
Oh, what's that? Oh, I'm a mum. I don't own a handbag. This is what I've got. So it's got all my stuff and I've got my notes.
Nice.
And cough lollies just in case I get a cough attack. And I've had a wardrobe malfunction. 2 seconds. Could you hold the remote?
She's got a pepe and...
Yeah, it's all good. We're good. We're lactating. It's all good. We're lactating. And I also, because I bought this crop and it's got a zip, so as the night's progressed, and I didn't realise I was going to be the last speaker tonight, and everything's enlarged, so the zip's slowly coming down. So you can let me know if anything, Fisher, a bit of extra. I don't usually use notes, but tonight I want to stay on track because if anyone knows me personally will know I love a yarn. So I've got my notes here, but true story as well. I want to be on time because when I came to Levin, I saw the BK and I went in there before this all started, and I asked the lady there if she could put aside a Sunday Hershey's pie. So she's going to wait for me until this closes, so I'm going to make sure we're done in time. So, yeah. Where's our thing? Oh, here we go. Is that music from here? Oh, it's from out. It's a siren. Oh, what does it do? What is it? Oh, someone's cup. Okay, cool. Okay. It's all good. Okay, ko waioi, ko rua pē te maunga, ko Aotea te waka, ko wanganui te awa, ko ngā pairangi te hapu, ko te ata haunui a paparangi te iwi, ko Elise Niu. But everyone knows me as E. It's me there. So I was part of the very first Real Talk in 2020. Back then I had 4 children, got 5 now, 8 kilos lighter. But here we are here. This is my whānau. This is exactly what we are like in real life. My husband's just hanging in there. And I'm just doing my absolute best. So, yeah, I've got 5 beautiful children. I've got Kavali, he's down the bottom here. He's my 15-year-old. We've got KŌRERO up the top. He's my second oldest son. He's going to be turning 12 next week. I've got Raven. He's holding our son, our baby boy, Hapakirunga. He is, how old is Raves now? 9. Then my daughter, Quincy. She is 6, turning 16. And that's our Pepe, Hapakirunga, he's 5 months old. So that's my whānau. I am married to a really spunky man on the far right with his palm in his hand. He really does love us. And our surname is Niu, pronounced new as in new pair of shoes. So my husband is part Māori, part Tongan. So Niu is the Tongan word for coconut. So basically my name in English is Elise Coconut, so you won't ever forget my name now. All right. I did promise we'll keep on time, so you gave me 20 minutes. So let's get into some real talk. I'll just give you a little bit of an idea of what I do. That's us too. That was me we renewed our wedding vows a few years back in Kapiti. So I live in Waikanai, and I have a business in Parapara-Umu. This is my business here, Functional Hit NZ. I run group trainings, so it's a facility for just group training. We also do have, we do offer personal training and things like that. Moving ahead, there's our crew. Lots of different faces and happy faces, but this is what I love to do. I love to train people, coach people. I also do online training, PT, nutrition. Moving forward. Oh, yeah, this is what we did in lockdown. So I did a whole bunch of live free workouts while we were in lockdown, just for anyone who found me on Facebook. And every day I would run a training session. Okay, so let's go back to the early days. I am a product of a teenage one-night stand. This is my beautiful mama here and me at the beach in Wanganui. I think that's Kaiui Beach. I had a hard-working mama. When she had me, she went back to her hairdressing apprenticeship. And while my grandparents did a lot of the looking after me as a pepe, so I was surrounded with my beautiful grandparents, my nan and koro, on my mother's side. I also have my papa and my nan on my biological father, the one-night stand, who stayed in my life. And then also I have a dad that raised me. His parents, my grandma and granddad, were all very much involved in my life. So that was awesome. The first 10 years of my life, I lived in Wanganui. And growing up, I was a very, very, very active child. So I loved sports. I loved anything which was physical activity. So I participated in sports like netball, touch footy. Back then it was called New Image Rugby, swimming, triathlons, cricket, whatever it was that provided an outburst of energy, that was me. In school, in mainstream education, school had me as a below average student, where I severely was behind in reading, writing, mathematics. And so what I had to do as a young girl, I had to do what every child would hate, and that was to do more learning and school after school. So I was part of a educational program for young ones, which was called Spelled, and it was an educational program for children with autism and learning difficulties. But my school reports all said the same thing, and that was that Elise is a really great student. However, she lacks in concentration, is very easily distracted, but excels in physical activity. And that same report, or those same statements and words, were followed through into my college years as well. Okay. So, it's my next photo. It's upside down, sorry. Oh, there I am. So that's me as a young girl. I grew up in Wanganui, so that's my St. Mary's primary school photo. And that's me having a few beers at the back of the house there. Yeah. Okay, so moving on. So I met the love of my life in 2002. I was 18 years old. Both my husband and I, we met at an NZ under-21s touch camp. Yeah, back in the day. The touch camp we had was at Hatapolta College. And I remember Ray actually arrived at camp a day late. We were already out on the field training. And because he lived in Australia, lived in Sydney at the time, so he flew over for camp. And I remember him getting out of the car, and I literally was like, oh wow, I got my thrills, and I saw him. And I just remember, I also forgot to mention that I also had like 3 other boyfriends at the same time, but won't miss out that one. So there wasn't much touching going on with me and my husband at the time, but I distributed around North Island, so one in Otaki, one in Porirua, and then one in the Hut. So I was a really busy girl. I was so busy. But I do remember there was something different about Ray. And when I saw him, I just knew he was special. So I remember nudging my best friend in, Cornell Grant. She lives up in Waikato. I remember doing these ones, and I said to her, you know what? She was like, what? And I was like, that guy over there, I'm gonna marry him and have all his babies. And I did. So I always say that's manifestation at its finest. And so when the camp had finished, obviously reached out and flicked him a text and was like, hi. And from there and onwards, we sort of got quite friendly. And then I had to go and dump all the other boyfriends and made him my number one. Don't hate the player. Hate the game. In 2005, we had our first child, which was Kavali. And then we moved over to... No, sorry. In 2000, I knew I was going to do this. That's why I've got my notes here, because I'm sleep deprived and I knew I'd get some dates wrong. But we moved to Aussie in 2005. We had our first child, Kavali, in 2007. And then I became a full-time mum. We got married over in Australia in 2009, and I gave birth to our second son, Koda, in 2010, then our youngest son in 2013. Life was good, and Ray and I continued to play touch footy over in Aussie together. We'd go over to all the tournaments, and we would, we had some really good friends over there. Life was magic. Like, I was in love. I was marrying the man of my dreams. He'd still get me with that quickie, step back and long ball, and I'd be like, that's my man. So I was at home looking after our babies while my husband worked. Ray, if I refer him to Papa, that's what I call him, so I'll just refer him to Papa. While Papa worked in the oil refineries, and he would sometimes do fly in and fly outs, which meant that for a period of time I'd be home with the kids on my own, and he would be doing mahi wherever the oil refinery was that he was working on. And this worked quite well for some time. It just meant that I was having to do everything, but it also gave me a lot of skills in business. So when I look at those days back then, becoming a mum was helping me attain some real serious boss mama skills. So, for example, as mothers, we have the insane ability to organise and to lead, to have initiative, to read a situation, respond accordingly, to create magic, and of course, this leads to inspiration for our children. We also are able to handle rejection, because I don't know how many times my kids say no to me, multiple, not even that, hundreds of times a day, and be able to negotiate to get something done. Now, those are all skills that I've been able to attain as a mum, and I have a couple of business now. I haven't done any kind of study or training, but I learnt all these skills just being at home for 9 years with my children. So I thought I'd let you guys know that if there's any mamas here who are staying at home with their children. So in 2015, I was then given the biggest test of my life, the biggest test of my resilience. My husband, the man that I fell in love with, that sharp touch footy player, that quick, lightning, brown, delicious chocolate thunder, he became a drug addict and was using P, also known as methamphetamine, crack. We know all the words for it. So not in a million years would I have ever expected this to actually happen to me, because for many years we'd raised children, we were happy, we were living the dream, we were active. So that year, as I slowly lost my husband, I was noticing things that were really out of character. I was questioning his moods, his whereabouts, his lack of emotion, causing strife and arguments amongst the both of us. We went from a really reasonably happy home to one that wasn't. He became real short with the kids. That was the first thing, because he was such a lovable chap, a great father. But I just started noticing this fuse that was really short with our boys. He no longer wanted to see our friends, so he didn't want to socialise, which was unheard of, because I'm the social butterfly and he'd always be my wingman. So we would go together to things, see friends and whānau around Australia, that's where we were living. He woke up late, or he'd sleep all hours of the day, like a vampire, up at night, sleep during the day. He'd always be on his phone. He would go to work late, come home late, and then he became verbally abusive and physically abusive to myself and to our children. So then at that time, throughout that year, I became lost. My own self-worth really started to crumble. I became anxious for the first time in my life. Because not even, not being great at school, being able to read, that didn't even bother me. Because when it hit playtime, I was running around. It didn't matter to me. But this was different. This really hit me in a different way. I became anxious. I started to question myself if I was going crazy, if I was the problem, if I was causing the issues. I felt like I'd lost my best friend and my family was falling apart. Now, it took a while, but finally the truth came out. And Ray, he didn't come and tell me I'm using. I had to find it one night. He could no longer lie about using the drugs or be in denial. Yet he found a way to lie about something. He had gone from my loving husband, my best friend, great dad, to this man filled with rage, hurt, and denial. And then I later found out that he'd gone and got a personal loan and a credit card, and we were in tens of thousands of dollars in debt. Gambling debt, drug debt. I didn't even know who he owed money to. I haven't told this part, but I did find when I was in Sydney, I haven't said this part before, but when I found out this person that was encouraging, was part of it, I remember visiting this person. When you know who you are, and you've got the protection of your atua, so you have no fear of taking on anyone. I know it's bad, but I did that day. I felt my tupuna just around me, and I remember, not that I would, but I threatened this man, stay away from my husband, or I'll fucking kill you. At that time, I was desperate for my family back, so I put myself in a situation that may have not turned out so great for me. But I think that what was inside of me was this yearning to want to get my husband back, because I knew he wasn't this man. Because no one actually wakes up one day and goes, okay, I'm going to wake up and I decide to be a drug addict. No one does that. No one wants that for themselves. So there would have been a reason for that. Not that I'm blaming it on the person who was encouraging it or doing it with him, but he was just, you are who your environment is. So I had to tell this fella to fuck off. So we had so many fights that whole year, man. Do you know when I first met my husband, we didn't fight for the first 2 years of our relationship. That's unknown of. That's because I knew I'd found my soulmate, my man. He was everything. So, that first kind of niggly fight was honestly, was about 2 years into our relationship. So we went from that to fighting most nights. We had the police call on us quite a couple of times. Now my children started to fear their father, and then they could also pick up my anxiousness, especially my oldest boy, who's now 15. And I knew this was not healthy. This was not a good place to be. So I had no choice. In early December, December of that year, 2015, I decided to call my mum and say, Mum, I need to come home back to the Kapiti Coast. So on my son's very last day of kura, or school over in Aussie, I had already packed him and his brother's clothes in suitcases. And on his last day of school, because it was coming up to the Christmas school holidays, I picked him up and I kneeled down. I gave him a little cuddle and I said, "Son, can you go and say goodbye to your friends?" He said, "Why?" I said, because you're going to go and stay with Nanny, and Mama is going to come after. I just need to tidy up our whare, get everything sorted. So that was one of the hardest days of my life. I had to put my pride and joy. Oh, can you hear me? I had to put my pride and joy on a plane back to Aotearoa, back home, without me. And like I said, I'd been a stay-at-home mum for years. They were everything. I didn't go a day without them. This is the first time being apart. And I remember this moment clearly because this was the moment that... This is definitely the moment that changed everything for me. Was the air hostess had got up and grabbed my boys, and at Sydney Airport you have this, they've got the food court, and on the other side you have like a glass window that separates you and the passengers who are going to their gates. And I remember the air hostess walking past and my sons, and I'd come up to the window to wave to them. And as my boys slowly walked behind the air hostess, my middle son, Koda, stopped, and he walked up to the window where I was standing, and he stuck his hand up onto that window. And so I stuck my hand back up on that window too, just up against his hand. And then the other two boys came over to the window and they stuck their hands on there. So I was trying to hand them all, and then it ended up like with my face up on the window. But I remember that moment was the most heartbreakingest moment of my life. So he was nodding his head like, no, I don't want to go. So I had to encourage, boy, I'll be there, I won't be long. Give Mama a couple of weeks. But I also had found out too that I was pregnant with our fourth. So it was also that moment of, I need to get my boys home. I need to get home where we're going to be happy, safe, and we'll work things out. That moment has never really left me. It was a few weeks out from Christmas, and I knew I wouldn't have my kids, but instead I had my fried up husband. That's what I got written there. So I gave Ray the choice. He either come with me and we go home and we get some help, he will get clean, or he stays in Sydney, where I think he would probably have ended up dead. So in the early stages of moving home and helping Ray overcome his addictions, we lived with my parents, and our bedroom was in the basement of the family home. This was the home for us for the next 15 months, and where Ray would fight his addictions, and us as a family support him and love him through this. It wasn't always easy because I felt like everybody had forgiven him, and I was still trying because I had lived through things that I didn't even speak to my family about. And it wasn't until 2020 when my mum sat at the front row to listen to me had she heard this story. She knew Ray had some issues, but she had no idea what her daughter was going through. I have felt that everyone, like I said, had forgiven him, but I wasn't. And I do know that I needed to build up my mental and spiritual health. I had been badly affected by the 12-month ordeal and to send my boys home to NZ. As soon as I came home, I felt I needed to do something for me as well, have an escape from the reality that I was living. And that reality, let's be truthful here, I was 32 years old. I had moved home back to my parents' house in my small town that I never wanted to come home to, living there with my 3 sons, my drug-addicted husband, pregnant with my 4th. And I thought, wow, how did I even get there? How did I even get here? So I needed to bring positivity back into my life. I really needed to do something that was going to change my thoughts on where I was currently at. So one night in my basement bedroom, I put pen and paper together, and I thought, what am I good at? I'm awesome. I'm a qualified personal trainer. What do I want to do? I want to train people. I want to make them feel happy. I want to make them feel that they belong. I want to create this awesome place where everyone's like high-fiving and we're listening to gangster rap like Tupac and Snoop Dogg. Like, I want that. I want to be lifting barbells, throwing around some kettlebells, and I want people to reap the rewards of physical fitness because that's going to help with their mental health. And I want people to come and not feel judged. So that's what I did, and that's how Functional HIIT was created, my gym. Yeah. So I wanted it to be all-inclusive, where friendships were made. it took 1 year, 1 whole year for Ray to actually find the courage, I guess, to step out of his own comfort zone and join me at my gym and meet all my functional hip whānau. And what had happened there, I started renting a small space from 318 Gym, the bro at the back here who won the gym membership. I started my business there at that gym. I didn't even organise that prize either, so that's really cool, you got that. So yeah, I started there. I rented out a small space in their functional area, and I ran group fitness and boot camps, and from there it just grew. Within 24 months, I was able to open up my own gym, my own facility. After that, I had an opportunity in 2017 to be on Māori television, and I was on a reality TV show called School of Training. And there, again, more doors started to open. From that television show, I was able to, it was really weird. One day I was talking to a PR woman, and she was, you know, kind of asking questions. I was like, oh, yeah, because I had to live with my mum because we had nowhere to go because we were broke, had no money, so tens and thousands of dollars in debt. Oh, why were you there? I was like, oh, because my husband was, you know, on crack and gambling and stuff like that over in Aussie. So, yeah, that's why we're living. I didn't know that. Can you tell me a little bit more? From there, she just was like, wow, this is a story. I didn't realise that it was a story until she told me it was, and that how many people would actually relate to something like this. I didn't actually know until I had told that story, and it had gone on Now to Love magazine, and then onto Women's Day magazine, where we decided to share our story. And still to this day, we get a lot of people message and say that they're in the exact same position with their partner. Or we had a few people message Ray and be like, hey, I'm that guy. I'm fucking up my family, and I need help. How did you do it? At the end of the day, like when I say how did we do it, we did it with love. Like I said, I had to continue to love the unlovable at that time. And I'm so glad I did. I'm so glad I stuck out with it. Because, oh, that's Cavalli. Oh, yeah, that's our wedding day in Cronulla. And then here is my husband today. He is drug-free. So we flew back into New Zealand on January the 8th, 2016. That was the last day he touched drugs, was when he came back to Aotearoa. And he's 5 years alcohol-free, so no drinking either. So I always have a sober driver. That's great. And he went on to do a drain laying apprenticeship. He's now a full-time qualified drain layer for a whānau business, Māori-owned business called Mills Albert Limited. And there's me in my gym. And all I'm going to say, just to tie it all up, is that as much as that time in my life was a real shitty time, I believe I wouldn't be here today with you guys. I wouldn't have moved back to New Zealand. I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have my gym. I know I wouldn't. That was meant to be here and at home to be done. So, with the pressure of my life building up at that time, 6 years ago, I really do believe it was a privilege, because it's an actual privilege to be standing here in front of you today and talking. And I wouldn't have this right now without that. So I'm not gonna. I don't know. I didn't even have like an idea, because I've got a book that I have written a special little message in. Is there anyone here that's got a little bit of pressure at the moment? Just stick your hands up. Yeah, cool. I've got a little note in here for you. Here's a book, but it's a special book because there's a note in there from me. So yeah, if you're suffering a little bit of pressure, that's all right. Just have a little read of that, and that hopefully will help. Pressure is a privilege. And so without the pressure of my life, I wouldn't be standing here today. So thank you very much. And I've totally gone over time. Sorry, Tans. Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh, I just take that through mics. Right, well, you already know why I'm here. More prizes. About one of oh, this is awkward. Don't watch me. All right, it's turned off. Okay, cool. Right. Yes, prizes. So, what is the next prize? Let me tell you. It's actually, oh, what? Do I want to give that out? Do we have any female, well, actually, anyone who likes makeup? Rangatahi? Yeah, come up then. Oh, too slow. No, that's okay. Right, no, my pātai for you is, what was something that she said that inspired you?
Well, sorry, I have really bad memory. It was something about the pressure thing. Pressure is a privilege. Thank you. Yeah, I think pressure is a privilege because I do music. There's a lot of pressure in music, but I like doing music, so that's good. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Here's your taonga. Here's your gift. Oh. Well, e hoa mā, that's pretty much all of the speakers that we have for tonight. I just want to do a quick mahi to all of our speakers. Thank you so much for taking the courage and the confidence that you have to come up here and share your journey, your knowledge, and whatever you want to. This is awesome, Mike, by the way. To share to our rangatahi here in the Horowhenua, especially me, who is a rangatahi of the Horowhenua. Nei rā te mihi atu ki a koutou, o tira kia koe Tania, o tira kia koutou te whānau o Real Talk, kua hui hui mai nei ki tēnei, what is it, library? Mo te kaupapa. So before I let you all go, if you open up your phone right now, all of you, put your camera on. So here we go, there's me. Boom, my camera's on. Now, if you have your book, I want you to turn your book upside down and there'll be a QR code. Now, on your camera, you want to, hold, not the book, the booklet. Oh, if you have a booklet, I thought it was the book. Unless there's one on... Yeah, that booklet. If you have that booklet, there's a QR code on the back. Just use your camera, tap on the camera, you tap on it, on that QR code, and it should come up with a link. Press that link, fill in the survey. Please fill in the surveys. Tell us how real your experience was from today's Real Talk through that QR code. Also, before we go, I'd like to ask 4 rangatahi to come up to receive these prizes. Also, I would like to ask another 4 rangatahi to share their testimonials on tonight's event, and in exchange, you get a Focal Point Cinema voucher as your prize. So if you are confident enough to come up, please come up. Otherwise, we've got more prizes here. We want to thank everyone, all the rangatahi that have come out tonight to listen to our kōrero. We want to shower you with taonga because you are our future and we want to see you off on a good note. And this mic is amazing. So come up, don't be shy, come grab some prizes. What did I say? I said come up. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, first in, first serve. Got to do the survey. Oh, did you hear that? Did you do the survey? You did it earlier? Chat, she got one. Who else did their surveys? Where can you get the booklet? Up front, right? Oh, look, you see that poster right there? It's got a QR code. Boom, scan it. That's how you do your survey. All that. So we would like to encourage you all to do the survey so that this kaupapa can learn from you guys if there's anything that they need to improve on. That would be great. So be honest. Don't be an egg, though. On. Cool. Do we have any more rangatahi who want to Do you? Yeah? You want to do a testimonial? Oh, so we've got 2 here? Can we have 2 more? 2 more rangatahi who wants to share their experience on video. All you have to do is come up to Eve right here and she'll take you and kidnap you. I'm just kidding. She's just going to record it. Well, kia ora mai tātou anō. I would just like to close on a mihi to everyone who has come to support this kaupapa. I wonder if there's anything else. Boom. Well, like I said before, take a photo of these if you really need it. And if you don't need it, but you might know someone who might need it, please take a photo. That's very important. I'd like to send our mihi to all the people who helped this kaupapa to be here today. We thank you. I already thank the speakers, I thank the rangatahi, I thank you all, I thank the iwi, I thank my whānau for coming to support, and this is us from Real Talk, e whakamiha tūnei kia koutou I tēnei wā. So if I could ask Matua Darren to come up and do a last karakia for us. Damien, sorry I said Darren, aroha mai. Matua Damien. Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe. Paki ap mo tō tātou kai whakapaho mo te pōnei. Me ngā pū kōrero, o tērā tēnā tātou. Hoa anō, I mua tonu I tō tātou nei karakia whakakapi mo te pō. We're just going to kia hiki te taumaha, kia noa, kia koa anō te ngākau, ka waita here, tētihi waita, okay? And it's only got about 12 words. And it was written by Uncle Morven Simon. He was in a bus with some kuia in Karawa. They were on their way to Hui and they were arguing away in the pahi as they do, this and that. And he wrote this particular waiata poto to bring the peace within the pahi. Taki tū tātou. Te aroha. Ano I tau nei kurungia tātou katoa te wairoa ngā mātua tūpuna nā rātou whakatakoto te ara, hei koe ngā mātātou ngā uri. I whakatōkio tātou ngā kau ki ngā tikinga, heira takinga I a tātou. Kia ngā kau nui ki te hāpai a tātou mahi katoa, I roto I te pono, I te tika, me te māramatanga. Me te arohano o tētehi ki tētihi, kia toi tū te reo, kia toi tū te ropu, kia toi tū tātou e tau nei uhi wero, haramai te tōki, haumi e hui e. Tēnā tātou. Tūrau Hawaii.
Thank you, If I could ask all the KAIKŌRERO, I've got some sweet grass to smudge outside. And smudging doesn't mean smoking air coal, it just means burning it like incense, like sage around you. This is from Canada and I've been asked to burn it up for us.